you all had an awesome night last night. Did anybody make it to the casino, do some gambling? Don't be shy. Yes. Did anybody win anything? Nice. How much did you win? $50? $15. I got excited. I thought you were going to say like 50 something, but hey, it's better than nothing, right? Hopefully you broke even. And how much did you win? 493? Woohoo! All right. Good job. Good job. Okay. Anybody? One drink turned into 5? We are in Vegas. You have a new client now?
Yes, I won somebody's heart.
Hey, you know what? And actually, it's a great place to network in the casinos. You meet the most interesting people here. Seriously, living in Vegas, I can't tell you how many interesting people I meet all the time. So something to that. We're marketers, right? Never know where you're going to find your next client. Well, guys, welcome back to day 2 of Marketing 2.0 Conference 2022. We hope that you had an amazing day yesterday, full of insight, enlightenment, and of course, learning new things and impact to bring back to your business. Just like yesterday, please keep the hashtags rolling for any tweets, stories, posts, LinkedIn posts. And again, that very important hashtag is pound, marketing, the number 2, and comp. We'd love to be able to look back from years to come and even in just a couple of days and check out the way you guys experienced this event. So without taking any more of your time, I'd like to begin the first session of the day by discussing a topic that holds a lot of significance for consumers, marketers, and brands alike. In fact, today's marketing professionals live in a world where customer preferences are constantly evolving. We know that, don't we? The speaker in this session talks about a wide range of strategies, campaigns for marketers that will resonate with the post-pandemic consumer. Again, something we can all definitely relate to in this day and time. To show us the way, we have here first, kicking things off with Parthiv Shah, business growth strategist at elaunchers.com. He's going to be speaking on the topic, evolving brand strategies post the pandemic. Please come on up.
This is my clicker, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. Right. My name is Parthiv Shah, and I am standing. I think this thing is at the lowest possible thing it can be.
Hey, Parthiv, grab the microphone and hold it in your hand so you can move around.
I'll do that. All right. So, my name is Parthiv Shah. That's Russell Martino. Let's see. I'm supposed to talk about evolving brand strategies post the pandemic. The topic was given to me before Russia decided to invade Ukraine, and problems then surviving pandemic. So can I change the topic of my discussion today? Talk about peace, because peace is necessary for prosperity. How about we talk about that? Let's talk about how we can grow your brand by acquiring entrepreneurial peace. How many people have heard of the term entrepreneurial peace before? So, I like reading, I like writing. I wrote 10 books. If you guys like to read, if you want a copy of my book, let's exchange some information. If I have your address, I'll FedEx you a copy of my book. You can check me out on Amazon. The first book I wrote was in 2014, Business Kama Sutra. Have you heard the book Kama Sutra? So Kama Sutra talks about how to add pleasure to your sex life. And I brought 3 concepts. So Business Kama Sutra is a data science and data intelligence book. It draws parallels between how humans meet, date, and mate, and how companies prospect, pitch, and close. If this is how humanity defines pleasure, and if business is done between humans, shouldn't business be done that way? That is what the topic of my book, Business Kama Sutra, is. It became a franchise, so we have Business Kama Sutra for various niches: dentists, attorneys, financial advisors. I have one for cellular medicine, etc. So I own a company called elaunchers.com. Hello, Tyler. We grow brands. And I'm a retired soldier from Indian Air Force. I'm a business growth strategist. I own a business growth agency, and my clients are dentists, physicians, lawyers, financial advisors, other professional practices. There are a few friends here that I love, enjoy being with me, and I'm grateful for you guys to be here. Tyler, Russell, thanks for being with me. 2.5 days in March 2020, I lost 87% of my monthly revenue. I got 14 team members. Nobody got fired, nobody got laid off, nobody got their hours cut, nobody got their hourly rate cut, no vendor got paid late. We recovered, we rebuilt, we have grown, and thanks to a rainmaker who is in this room who made it rain. Today I want to talk to you about what you can do when chips are down. Pandemic is not the first thing that happened to you. How many adults in the room, how many people remember Y2K? How many people remember 9/11, Iraq war, Afghanistan war, mortgage meltdown? We never run out of problems. Prompt traumatic impact of adverse economics on our business is not new to us. Yesterday it was COVID. Today it is Russia-Ukraine war. Tomorrow it will be something else. We have to survive. We have to thrive, because you know why? You are responsible for feeding your family, families of your employees, families of your vendors, and families of your vendors' employees. We are the rainmakers who are responsible for not just one family, but all families that depend on us. So we have to win. When we lose, a nation goes down. I won my first 2 Comma award for building one funnel that brought over $1 million in revenue. The second funnel was when we recovered from COVID economics, and I got my second award delivered to me on 2/2/22 for generating an additional $1.5 million from a different funnel. It all started with one letter. Russell, why don't you come on up? I want to introduce you to people. You are the rainmaker who make it rain. So guys, this is the man who owns a pen that has ink that sells. This is Russell Martino. He is my rainmaker, and I'm not here to boast. Russell Martino, guys. Have a seat, man. We'll ask you a question in a minute. Okay. So, what can you learn from the military? I get these questions asked a lot. Whenever I'm interviewed on a podcast or whenever I'm asked to go on stage, people ask me, how did Indian Air Force make you a successful businessman and a better civilian? Indian Air Force taught me 3 things. Where is the sky? Where do you go to work? Where are your clients? Who do you sell to? You got to know where your sky is. Where is your runway? It doesn't matter how high you go. It does not matter how high you go. You have to safely land at a desirable place, because a crashed plane will not take off again. So, most businesses focus on offense. He is a hardcore offense guy. He's a rainmaker. When he strikes, we eat. I am a defensive coordinator for my business. And we're going to talk about offense and defense and how you have to have both. Right, Russell? Where is your infrastructure? Where do you go home to? And who is your enemy? It doesn't matter how big you are. It doesn't matter how small you are. Somebody wants you to go out of business. somebody wants you dead. You have to know who they are, and you have to watch them. Because their movement has an impact on your survival. Defense means not just blocking. It is identifying and neutralizing a threat so you have peace. As business owners, we have one mission: peace, freedom, and prosperity. And I believe that entrepreneurial peace is necessary for prosperity. As I said, you are a rainmaker that feeds dozens of families. I'm responsible for taking care of 14 families. So I'm going to ask you, are you at peace with your body? Are you at peace with your family? Are you at peace with your finances? Let's see, is there an agency in the room? Someone who owns an agency? All right. Do you remember your most beautiful, most creative piece of work that you have done? You can think of one thing that comes to mind, right? That comes instantly. And you probably remember the day when that was created. That morning, if you were pulled over, that night, if baby cried with earache, that morning, if you had a fight with your husband, that morning, if you had bounced a check, you would not be at peace, and that would not be your creative moment. Am I right? You see how peace is necessary for prosperity? So are you at peace with your business? Are you at peace with your prospects, your clients, your staff, your employees, your vendors, their staff? Are you at peace with your personal checkbook, business checkbook, personal savings account, retirement account, non-retirement investment, business savings account, cash reserves? Are you at peace? Because peace is necessary for prosperity. So how do we go about acquiring peace? Why does peace matter? I think peace gives you time and space to create positive energy. And positive, creative energy creates solutions for today and tomorrow. When you're not at peace, you are just defending yourself, blocking and tackling against an attack. Even when you are on the offensive, you are seeking somebody's destruction. And when you're seeking somebody's destruction, you're not going to create something that's going to create generational wealth. Usually the brunt traumatic force that you give to somebody, that takes somebody down, cannot be replicated. It will not create anything that will last. You must create and preserve to prosper. So for that reason, peace is necessary. And you know what? Unlike leaders of nations, we spend money to buy peace. We can negotiate for peace. We write a check and most of our problems go away. If you're mad at me, I can safely approach you and say, what would it take for you to no longer be mad at me? What can we do to find a least hurtful solution? We can acquire peace even if you're pissed off at me. No, he's not mad at me. I just randomly picked on him. So, how do you go about acquiring entrepreneurial peace? Look, you can't fix the economy, but you can fix your economics. Here's what we did post-COVID. So let's talk about my revenue model. I get paid for a day of consulting, followed by a build-out. So we would basically strategize what needs to be done and build it out. So we get a balloon payment for build-out and a monthly agency retainer. I was not selling enough days of my consulting post-pandemic. So we went from $7,500 a day to $12,000 a day. I made pre-2020 money from fewer people. Raise your price, somebody will pay. You cannot fix inflation, but you can make more money. Right? We can. We cannot win wars, but we can win hearts. How do you grow? How do you grow your brand? From your heart. You can't touch their wallet, but you can touch their hearts. We are marketers. We write the message America reads. Let us make them like us. Be the brand that people want to be with. Show up differently. In today's hostile, uncertain environment, be calm, be peaceful, be the refuge that people are seeking. Let someone come up to you and have fun. Money will show up. Money loves peace and tranquility. Your business is your earth. Your business is your land. And a river runs through your business. And that is the river of money. You are the sun that is shining on your business. Only you have the visibility on your entire land, from the mountain to the estuary. Everybody else can only see what little they see from the bank of the river that they're standing on at the point in their life and in the point in your life where they can see you. They can only see a portion of you, but you have to see the whole thing. And you have to pay attention to every single thing that goes on in your business, because when the sun is not looking at earth, there is dark on earth. So you have to always be looking at your business. Capture data, analyze data, study data. There is a great book that Bill Gates wrote that predates internet, Business at the Speed of Thought. He talks about building a digital nerve system and using it to help you decide what you should do. And then you have to be a rainmaker that makes it rain. You have to be the mountain. So ask yourself, are you a rainmaker? How many people here are rainmaker? How many people have a rainmaker? If you don't have a rainmaker and if you need one, take mine. You can rent them, you can borrow them, you can't have them. He's mine. But anyway, he makes it rain. He is the kitchen in my family. When he performs, we eat. But there is more to business making. What I do is at least as important that you do. And that is building a wide, deep, and long river through my kingdom. He focuses on acquisition. I focus on retention, ascension, and advocacy. Retain the client for an extended period of time. The guy who paid me the most didn't write the biggest check. He just stayed with me the longest amount of time. I have two clients that have been with me for 7 years. When you make several $1,000s a month and someone stays with you for a year, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, it adds up. Length and depth of the river is at least as important as the height of the mountain. So this is my job. My wife, unfortunately, she is not with us today. She is home. She couldn't make it to the trip because of her sickness. I think she's on Zoom watching me. This is her area. Remember I said that we lost nearly all of our business and nobody got laid off, nobody got fired, nobody left my company, and we recovered and rebuilt? That is because we have systems and processes in place to have business cash reserves that carried us during the dark days of COVID. So when business is good, make large cash withdrawals and have cash, have access to cash. Cash is different than your capacity to borrow, because when chips go down, the first thing you lose is your capacity to borrow. best friend is cash. And cash means money that you can access without liquidating anything or borrowing anything. And you need enough business cash reserves to carry your operation. When you have money, supply chain is formed automatically. You don't have to call for favor, you don't have to do anything. And at last, you got to keep track of your expenses. COVID changed a couple of things, and Russian war made it worse. And some changes that happened to us in the last several months are going to be here for life. Americans want more money per hour, per day, per week. They want to do less per day, per hour, per week. They want to prosper, they want to grow. And there is going to be non-labor cost rising also. Everything in America is going to be more expensive than the dollar. So whatever you do, get more dollars. Make more money. Increase your price, improve efficiencies, improve your profitability, build a bigger mountain, make money, build relationships that last, add value so more people pay you more money per day, per week, per month, per hour, and they stay with you the longest, and keep track of how you can reduce and minimize your expenses, and how you can build a bigger, deeper, larger cash reservoir in your business and personal finances. Just like peace is necessary for prosperity, cash is necessary for peace. So I have a gift for you. I'm not here to boast. I'm a little man. I'm a working class man, just like most of us in the room. I own a small business, and I built a system that helps me grow my company. It helps my clients grow their businesses. 5 funnels, 1 marketing automation campaign. That's what I built for me. That's what I give to my clients. If anybody in here wants to use my machine, my system, I will give it to you at no charge. No strings attached. No salesman will visit you. I don't think I can. But anyway, if you want to meet me, meetparthiv.com. Let's Zoom. Let's party. Let's play. I am at peace. And even if we don't do business together, I have capacity to make you laugh every 8 minutes. I can't do that on stage because I'm nervous. I don't like to speak. I got 6 minutes. I can take questions if anybody wants to ask me a question. No? All right, I pick a volunteer. You ask me a question. You ask me a question. This wasn't rehearsed. But nobody wants to talk. No. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Why is this up here if it doesn't work? Sure, I'll ask you a question, Pardiv. So, I know that your primary marketing strategy is to give everything away. And you give away extremely valuable things that you personally, for your business, have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars to create and proven year after year, year after year, year after year that they are fully operational, functional, and deliver good results. When someone accepts these gifts, they get your funnels, they get your copy that drives your business, and funnels that are adapted for many of your clients that successfully drive their businesses. So these are functional, fully operational. These aren't like cotton candy gifts. These are gifts that if someone applies, with or without your help, it means nothing. If someone applies, that they can get very good results with. So my question to you is, what prompted you to take this strategy? This is somewhat of a unique strategy. And I'd like to know, and I'm sure everybody out here would like to know, what persuaded you to give away something that you literally have several $100,000 invested in?
That's actually a good question. Look, when you're not making money, you're making friends, and you can only build relationship with friends. When you're doing business with an acquaintance, you can take money and run. In order to build a relationship with somebody, in order to start on the right foot, you go to show up with a gift, and you have to share before you sell. After sharing, if they don't engage in a relationship, they will quickly run away. But those who, when you place someone in a space of gratitude, you have elevation of trust. They go from, I will hear you out, to temporary suspension of disbelief, to be willing to fully engaged. So foreplay matters in every relationship.
Hello.
Hello.
My question is based on, you said that you have a couple clients who have been with you for 7 years now. I was wondering what kind of deliverables you're giving on a regular basis to keep them staying around for so long.
Thank you for asking. So we are a marketing agency, and we promise growth. So what we do is we bill monthly, deliver quarterly. So we measure not what we start this quarter, but what we are ending this quarter. See, a quarter in marketing is what? 12 weeks is enough time to start and finish a project, test and see if it's working or not. We are always, see, look, we are building income producing assets. I have 5 funnels that made me $5 million, but I have 485 funnels that no longer works. We are constantly evolving, building marketers. See, we as marketers are responsible for being in charge of helping them pursue their opportunities and respond to their threats. So we are not project people. We are their infrastructure. We are the runway they land on. Thank you. Was that helpful?
Yeah, that was great. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. You hitchhike on that.
I will hitchhike on that. So that was a great answer, and he does all that. But the bottom line, if you want to retain clients, you have to deliver, and your deliverable, if it's anything other than a growth in their business in some measurable way, you're out. It's pretty much that easy. So how do you grow? How do you continue to help a client grow over time? Well, of course, all the infrastructure and all the other things, which is extremely important. And as everybody in this room is well aware, technology changes like, gee, you had this morning's technology and it's this evening? Where'd you get it? The Smithsonian? But what Partive does is there's only several ways to grow a business. You can acquire new customers, that'll do it. You can increase your closing ratio with your prospects, that'll do it. You can look at data, analyze data, and say where are the holes in the bucket and plug those holes. You find diamonds in the database. Most businesses have tons of unconverted leads that they paid a fortune for. You can do that. You can make special offers. You can have campaigns that run every quarter that have measurable results on an annual basis. Those are all the sort of things you can do with your genius and your technology to retain clients and deepen those relationships, and they will love you for it.
Thank you. Before they come and drag us off the stage,
Great job, guys. Thank you so much for that. Very entertaining indeed. So now we're going to move on to a topic that I am personally very interested to learn more about, and I'm sure some of you are as well. And it's interesting because there's been several of you now who have kind of sprinkled a lot of these same thoughts inside of your keynotes and even the panel. So our next subject is mindset, excellence, and fun, strategies for success. With a little guidance, a growth-oriented mindset, and the right attitude, one can transform their businesses into profitable ventures while also having fun at work. But how, you may ask? The speaker elaborates on the importance of the right mindset when devising strategies for success. Please welcome Tracy Brown, author, speaker, and expert in physical and emotional scars at Tracy Brown Consulting. The floor is yours, Tracy. Welcome.
I love to create mystery. Is it true that only the strong survive? A thought I'd like to think about for a minute. We've all known some really strong companies, right? Many of you have known some strong companies. Does anybody remember Kodak? Talk about a strong company. At one point in time, they were the most famous and most revolutionary company in the world when it came to photography and videography. They sponsored Disneyland. However, they failed to adapt to the advances in technology with the advent of the digital camera. And they didn't recognize the shift that their customers had made to digital photography. And by 2004, when they finally realized that they weren't meeting their customer needs, it was too late. Anybody remember Blockbuster from the 90s? Talk about strong numbers, right? They had 9,000 video rental stores. They had 84,000 people that were employed worldwide. And wait, I'm on number 4 now. Number 4, they had 65 million customers. How many of us wouldn't like to just have a fraction of those, right? However, according to Thomas.net, they were actually unwilling to even contemplate the shift in their customers' needs. And by 2010, they filed bankruptcy with over $900 million in debt. I could go on. You guys could probably think about some companies that were pretty strong and they're no longer with us, right? But here's the thing. These companies, they paid the ultimate price because they weren't able or they were unwilling to adapt to disruptions, to advances in technology, and to shifting customer needs. So, is it true that only the strong survive? Now that's from Darwin. Leon Mengeson, he was a professor of management and marketing in 1963 at the Louisiana State University. He gave us probably the greatest interpretation that I think would be applicable today. What Darwin was actually saying that those that survive are the ones who most accurately perceive their environment and successfully adapt to it. Now I'm going to say that again, but I'm going to use the word thrive because I think we'd all rather thrive than just survive, right? Okay, so those who thrive are the ones who most accurately perceive their environment and successfully adapt to it. See, adaptation is a key to survival and to business success. Now, we as leaders, we've all been adapting. Think about the last 2 years. We're adapting to new business landscapes and to client mindscapes, right? So, people right now are craving connection. They're craving, it's an evolving customer need. They're craving lightness, joy. Peggy was talking about happiness yesterday. How important is that in what we do? We're evolving. We're moving through disruptions. I mean, just look at how Brene Brown has exploded on the scene with her TED Talks on vulnerability and how vulnerability creates connection. And that connection is a direct link to business success. So, as I was listening to some of the presenters yesterday and this morning, it's funny because you might be wondering why somebody who's been in physical therapy and scar tissue therapy for the last 25 years would be talking about business strategies, right? It's a fair question. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. I'd like to take a couple minutes to tell you a little bit about me. And if you'd like to know more, you can catch me on Amazon Prime Video, a Speak Up series. Awesome, my buddy's here. Or if you'd like, catch me somewhere around, and I would love to give you a copy of my book, Rescue to Recovery. It's my first book. Went #1, by the way. So, thank you very much. So for all intents and purposes, I am not just an expert in scar tissue. I'm an expert in things that restrict us, things that hold us back, things that keep us from adapting, right? These are important things, physically, mentally, and emotionally. Most of my job, when I'm working with clients and when I'm working with businesses, I'm observing, I'm assessing, and I'm encouraging them. This is what I do, to help them assist from a fearful or a hesitant mindset to a mindset of boldness, of joy, of empowered forward motion. I'm a motivator. I help people be more productive. And so, most of my life, I navigated undiagnosed post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. From the time that I was severely burned as a young child to the years that I served in the United States Coast Guard as a boat swimmer. And at that time, it was a long time ago, because I'm probably older than a lot of folks here. But our response time back then was a lot slower. And so we picked up more lifeless bodies than we did living souls. And those traumas built on each other. That's what traumas do. They build on each other. Like what the whole world has gone through in the last 2 years, right? Constant stress, constant anxiety, constant fear. That uncertainty of the unknown. The great loss. Tristan talked about how fear shuts down the critical mind. We've all had to adapt. But here's the good news, because I'm with Peggy. I think there's a lot of good news. The good news is that we as leaders, if we so choose to engage and be a part of the process and to be vulnerable and to connect, we have an amazing opportunity to reach our clients, to reconnect with them and to meet them where they are and help them reconnect to their purpose and their goal. So, we're going to talk about 3 strategies. And in my world, a strategy is very much about mindset, excellence, and wait for it, my favorite part, fun. Right? Peggy and I are like here. Fun. I'm going to give you a little overview of these. I'm going to give a little detail in those, and then we're going to talk about 3 choices that I'm going to invite each one of us that we can make today and we can make every single day. All right? So mindset, excellence, and fun. Mindset creates direction. As you think, so you are. Those who think they can and those who think they can't are both usually right. Right? Yes. Right. The direction of the leaders, or the mindset of the leaders, is the direction that the organization goes. Are you willing to adapt? Are you willing to move forward? Or you just want to stay in the business models that you have and hope that they get you through? It's a choice. Excellence. Excellence creates empowerment. Excellence at its very best and at its purest is empowering, and it's encouraging, and it's a language that we use. Fun. Again, my favorite. Fun creates sustainability. If you love what you do, you will never work a day in your life. We've all heard that? Anybody here really believe that? I do. I have a motto that if I'm not having fun, I need to change what I'm doing. Because life is way too short. When you've had your life threatened many times, life is too short. All right? So, let's jump in. Mindset. As I said earlier, that I was severely burned when I was a young child. I was in the hospital, and the months that I was in the hospital, yes, months, not days or weeks, I was in the hospital for months. And I had the most amazing mentor. And somebody was talking about mentors, and mentors are imperative. I had the most amazing mentor, and I'm very thankful that I still have this mentor today. And that mentor is my mom. And my mom was at my bedside every single day, night, when my eyes were open or when my eyes were closed. And she spoke encouragement. She spoke positivity. And she created a belief in me that I was not only going to survive that tragedy, but that I would thrive beyond it. She created a vision. She created a little hopeful optimist. The glass is always half full. And whether you believe that the glass is half full or the glass is half empty, it doesn't really matter. Because, well, half full and half empty, it's called the ruling state of your mind. Has anybody ever heard that term, your ruling state? A man named Bob Proctor talked about it. If you want to catch him, check him on YouTube. He's amazing. But the ruling state is how it really governs how we experience life. Okay? The good news is that we can change our mind. Hence the mystery here. Okay, so I'm going to do an experiment. You're all going to be a part of this little experiment, okay? If I can get the baggie open, we'll be doing just great. All right, so this little experiment, you're going to do one thing and one thing only, but you have to participate. You need to observe me. You see this? Everybody see this? What is it? It's a lemon. It's a lemon. So what I'm going to do, and I'm not really excited about this, but I'm going to do this, I'm going to bite into this lemon. I already got some giggles. So when I bite into this lemon, I just want you to imagine that you are biting into this lemon with me, okay? Here we go. Oh, Lord have mercy. All righty then. Hence this, elderberry syrup and honey. All righty. So did anybody experience anything? Anybody's mouth water? Yeah. Anybody make a face? Right? The mind is powerful. Science has told us that the mind does not know the difference between seeing something and doing something, visualizing it and actually doing it. This is why the great athletes of the world, they visualize their routine. How many people watch the Olympics? Right? Every single time that they're standing at the top of the mountain, and they did 3 runs every single time, their eyes are closed. You don't know that because they got a visor, right? But their eyes are closed and you can see them. They're going down the mountain. They're putting their mind in a position for success. They're not only firing off the neurons in their brain, but they're firing off the muscles in their body. It's amazing what mindset does and visualizing does, okay? So mindset creates direction. As you think, so you are. What direction do you want to go? What direction do you want your organization to go? What's your ruling state? Do you even ask yourself these questions? How is your mindset? Excellence. Excellence creates empowerment. And I said earlier, excellence at its best is encouraging and empowering. And it starts with language, but there's a big difference between excellence and perfection. Anybody ever work for a perfectionist? Brutal, right? Perfection by definition, I loved when Dee Dee was speaking last night. She's a definition person, I am too. Perfection by definition is without defect and without fault. And it's completely unattainable as human beings. And when it's inferred or when it's expected in a workplace, over time it will completely create disorder. But in excellence, when we're striving for excellence and we're connecting with like-minded people, it opens us up to innovation. It opens us up to creativity. It opens us up to fun, right? I used to be somewhat of a perfectionist. It was part of the control things that I had in me. But T. Harv Eker, who's heard of T. Harv Eker? Right? Amazing guy. His mentor said to him, I'm not where I want to be right now because I just don't know something yet. It was completely freeing. It made me go, oh, wow, it's a puzzle. It's just a puzzle. All I have to do is figure out what that piece is. And then you get to take the next step. But it relaxes the mind. It releases you from the pressure. Excellence creates empowerment. In its purest form, it's encouraging. Fun creates sustainability. If you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Fun for me, it's one of those things that, like I said, if I'm not having fun, I'm going to do it. I've got 4 rules in business, and that's one of them. If I'm not having fun, we got to fix it or we got to change it. But fun, we were talking earlier about people craving connection. Well, people are really, really craving lightness right now, too. How many can attest? We're here in Vegas. How many are like, woo, you know, let's just have some fun, right? Breathe. We want to relax. We want to have some fun. We've been in some very, very heavy times, right? Between lockdowns and COVID and wars, and we've always had these things, but we've had them a lot. We're in a pressure box right now. People are craving lightness. Napoleon Hill wrote a book called The Master Class. Amazing guy, this Napoleon Hill man. And he wrote, if you're not engaged in a labor of love in life, you're wasting a lot of your time in life. Even if you're digging a ditch, if you love what you do, the joy of it takes the labor out of it. Joy is strength. Joy is strength. Have you ever walked into a space and you see everybody just having a great time and there's just energy? It's invigorating and you're like, man, I just got a second wind. I'm ready to go, right? Opposite has happened too. You walked into a place and everybody's like, Eeyore. It's like, oh, we'll never make it, right? It's like, man, not enough caffeine in the world is going to get me out of this, right? Fun is contagious. Fun is attractive. It's very attractive to not only our employees, our teammates, but it's hugely attractive to clients, right? There's a reason why kids like clowns, unless you got a thing for them, you know? But people are drawn to that lightness. Because we all want it, right? When we create an environment of fun for our teammates, we're creating a space where people want to be, where they want to grow, and where they want to achieve. And it's huge. The fun factor is missed by so many companies, and it's a huge factor. You know, the guys over at Spartan, man, these guys, I think you probably ran away from corporate because you weren't having fun, right? It's just like, let's go create our own thing and let's do this. And you be faster, and you became much more productive, right? Fun creates productivity. So, fun creates sustainability. All right. So, mindset, adaptability, authenticity, fluid thinking, direction. Excellence, empowering, encouraging, connecting, and fun. I mean, come on. It's that light, contagious energy that creates sustainability. So, what if you don't have those things? And what if you do and you want to increase them? Would anybody like a little bit of help there? Awesome. I like to see hands in the air. Okay, so I'm going to offer up 3 choices that we can all make right now and every single day. You ready? Awesome. So, choice number 1. Taking time out daily, because here's the thing, it's an inside job. All of it is an inside job. I don't care if you've got 200,000 people, if you've got 2 people. if you as the leader are not doing the inside job, you're not doing them any favors and you're not bringing any value to where you are. So, taking time out daily, and I'm going to tell you a little something of what I do, and I'm going to invite you to do it if you so choose. So every single morning before I wake up, well, not before I wake up because that would be weird, but every single morning when I open my eyes, first thing I do is I say 3 things that I am grateful for. 3 things that I'm grateful for. I am a true believer that gratitude is the gateway to joy, and joy is the gateway to strength. Gratitude is the gateway to joy. So I say 3 things that I'm grateful for every morning, and I'm going to tell you, when I had PTSD, there were times that all I could do is really muster up enough to say, I'm really thankful for a roof over my head. I'm really thankful I have a warm bed. I have a warm shower today. Wow. But it set me up for a place of joy, right? Putting our mind in a position. Wow, I feel like I should stand and salute. Bizarre. It's like those muscle memories, you know? So taking time out daily to do that. Now, I'm going to give you a little thing that I do as well. Anybody, I'm sure you all have just the easiest jobs and no fires ever come up, and you probably never have a hectic day. But if you do, does anybody ever have any kind of things that come up during the day that you're just like, holy crap, Batman? All right, okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you a little technique, and I hope I can do that. Well, I'm going to do this. I'm going to put the mic over here because I can innovate and adapt. All right, here we go. Let's see how well I can adapt. There we go. Okay, so shape. Did I turn it off? No, I did not. Okay, so this is another participation thing. Everybody gets to play. Ready? Put one hand up. I don't care which one it is. It doesn't matter which one. And then you're going to take your hand like this, and you're going to run your fingertips over the palm of your hand. And what I want you to do is I want you to focus on your fingertips, on the ridges of your fingertips. So all you're going to do is focus. Now I'm going to have you block everybody out. You're going to close your eyes. And you're going to take a nice deep breath. Just take a deep breath. Close your eyes. Say one thing that you're grateful for. Find one thing that you're grateful for. Keep those fingers going across the palm. Take another nice deep breath. Right? And one more deep breath. Now open your eyes. You feel a little more calm? Feel a little more centered? This is what I call the 30-second drill. You can do this. You got a meeting that you are just like so not looking forward to. It's just like, I'll be right back. Go somewhere, 30 seconds. And Tristan touched on this yesterday. Deep breaths, 3 deep breaths, science has told us that it calms the nerves immediately. Taking deep breaths for 2 to 3 minutes, just nice breathing exercises, can completely relax you. It's a great little technique that you can do. All right? Choice number 2. I call this the language game. I've been playing this game for years now, and it's really a lot of fun, and it's a discipline. But the language game is every time I possibly can, whenever I possibly can, I try to use positive words instead of negative words. And I'll give you a little demonstration. What do you say to people when they're at your house and they're getting ready to leave? Oh, don't forget your keys. Don't forget your coat. Don't forget your purse, right? That's all they're going to do is forget their purse, their keys, and their coat. We're planting things in people's brain. We're using languaging. So what I say is remember your keys, remember your coat, and remember your purse. Because I want them to leave, I want them to go, oh, I need to remember that. I don't want them to forget it. It's just mind games that we're playing. All we're doing is planting seeds, right? The language game, encouraging people. You can always discipline somebody in an encouraging way, right? You can do that aside and take people aside and be kind in your instruction. The language game is huge. And now number 3 has a couple of components to it. Because I am in health and fitness, and it's one of my things, right? So number 3 is choices around our health, right? First and foremost, we'll talk a little chemistry. I don't like to talk chemistry much because I'm not a chemist. However, I do know that, does anybody in here at any point in time, some days between, 1, 2, or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, feel like you could just fall asleep? Just nod off and see ya? That's chemistry. That's your body screaming that your blood sugar is about to drop and you're going to crash, so you better get something. And let me ask you something. What do you reach for? Bagels? Donuts? Maybe some candy on somebody's deck? Right? Coffee? Yeah. So how do we mitigate that? Well, what we do is we start 3-4 hours earlier, or even breakfast. You've heard that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. It really is. It keeps you from either doing peaks and valleys, or if you're doing it right, you get a nice, steady, strong energy all day long. Ooh, mood lighting. This is awesome. Ready? Kumbaya, here we go. Okay. Choice, the next one is choices around exercise and sleep. Now, here's one that I really like. Did you know that exercise is 8 times more effective against depression than any medication on the market? Exercise, right? 8 times more effective against depression than any medication on the market. And I'm not talking about you got to be a gym for 2.5 hours every day. I'm talking 20 minutes a day and getting your heart rate up. It's the dopamine game in your brain. It's huge. And that goes right alongside with sleep. How many people, I know Dee Dee just walked out, which is great. How many people can say they actually get 8 hours of sleep every night? All right, you guys are rock stars. Most everybody else, the average person gets between 4, 5, and 6. Now, the problem with that is that if you're eating well and you're exercising and you're putting the right stuff in the food in your body, when you're sleeping, it gets to fix things that it can't fix when you're awake, right? But you got to put the right stuff in. So there's a little trio here, a little holy trinity of health right here. So these 3 things, taking the time out daily, working on our languaging, and taking care of our physical body, because it's just like the airplanes. If you don't put your mask on, if you can't breathe, you can't help others. If you're not taking care of your health and you have other people, you have employees or clients, they're depending upon you. It's up to you to do these things. We have great, great power in our choices. We can always change our mind. We can always fix and change our ruling state. So I like to leave people with 2 questions. And they're kind of the overarching theme of what mindset, excellence, and fun is. Because you kind of have to answer these questions first. And I'm going to say these in first person because I want you to say it to you. And I'm also going to invite you to say it with me. So I'm going to say the first one first, and we're going to say it together, okay? First question. What do I want? Ready? Say it with me. What do I want? Right? And the one right on the heels of that, because you have to answer both questions, the one on the heels of that is, what am I willing to do to get there? Now, I want you to say that one with me, because this is going to hold you accountable. Ready? What am I willing to do to get there? Because I truly, truly believe that if you answer these 2 questions, that you and your organization, you're going to set your mind to it. You're going to do it with excellence. And you'll be joyfully unstoppable, right? So this is my hope, is that you'll take some of these things, you'll take some of these encouragements, you'll take some of these thoughts on what is my mindset? What is my ruling state? What do I want? What am I willing to do to get it? Ethically, morally, and legally, right? It's important stuff. So that's my time today. I would love to thank you. I'd like to thank you all for your attention in this time. I'd like to thank the people that put together this convention. What a great group of folks. Thank you all, sound people. We've got to give you guys props. You guys are working hard. And thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
We do have time for just a few questions if anybody has any.
I'll make it up. I don't dance, not on stage anymore. That's another story for another time. Hi, Peggy.
Hello. I think we've already established we're a lot alike.
Yes.
So I want to ask you, when things are really not going well, when things are really hard, what is your one go-to strategy to totally game change everything?
I have a mantra, actually.
Uh-huh.
Especially when, forgive my French, when the shit hits the fan. The first thing that I say is nothing has changed. Nothing has changed right in this very moment, because I with PTSD, I had a lot of, knee jerks. So I had to calm myself down, and I'd say nothing changed. And that gave me a moment to take a breath. So take 3 deep breaths, because when you go into panic mode, Tristan talked about fight, flight, or freeze. You can't think. You literally either fight, you flight, or you freeze. So take 3 deep breaths, clear your mind, allow your mind to be open, and then you can actually critically think at that point in time.
Okay. The second thing I'd like to say
Yep.
is I know you were a little nervous. This
Yes.
was your first keynote.
Yes, it is.
But girlfriend,
Yes.
you knocked it out of the park. Let's
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Rainmaker.
Well, first, I would have never dreamed that this is your first keynote.
Oh, thank
I thought
you.
you did a spectacular job.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
The question I have is this: I use languaging a lot. I write sales copy, and I've studied language persuasion really all my life, really.
Yeah.
And what you said about language was interesting to me. It was all interesting, but I wanted to know specifically. I used to end, whenever anybody would leave the house, my mantra, especially when the kids were younger and not excellent, competent, great drivers, would be drive safe.
Yeah.
That was the last thing that they heard out of Dad's voice.
Yeah.
And often with friends too.
Yeah.
But now I've changed that mantra, and pretty much with everybody, and there's a lot of everybody's, it's after all the goodbyes and all that, it's do good, avoid evil.
Oh, that's
I'd
awesome.
like to know what you think about that.
I think it's great. I think, especially when you can encourage somebody, especially young drivers or anything like that, because it's kind of a crazy world out there.
Sure.
But giving them a peaceful place to be cognizant of doing well and moving forward and being safe. But instead of kind of drive safe, it's you say it with a smile. It's like do good.
Well,
be good, be safe.
it doesn't matter who they are now.
Yeah.
Friends, clients,
Yeah.
people. If I'm telling them adios, it's do good, avoid evil.
Do good, avoid evil. Well, one of my things is, it's the superpower call, right? We're going to use our powers for good and not evil.
I like it.
Thank
And
you so much.
I loved your comments on fun.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Anybody else? All righty, it's the bitchin' beard man. That's great.
I like that.
Yeah.
Fantastic job.
Thank you.
So I've been practicing gratitude, but I never made the connection to joy and strength, and that's a big takeaway for me. Thank you.
Okay, that's great.
But you mentioned a lot about looking inward, and I wanted to ask, what are your recommended practices for doing that?
First and foremost, it really starts with gratitude. Gratitude, I think, opens the door to many things. It opens the door to, obviously, joy. It's the first step. But when you're in that space, it goes back to, is it Patvi? Parthi, yeah. Talking about that peace. When we're at peace with ourselves, when we're comfortable and set in ourselves, I'm telling you, it opens up everything because we're relaxed and people are attracted to us. We can let go of some of the angst. We can let go of, what people are thinking. And one of the great things that I learned a long time ago and tried to really apply it before I hit 60, but when you're 20 and 30, you're so worried about what people are thinking. When you're 30 and 40, you really don't care much about what people are thinking. When you're 50 and 60, you realize nobody's thinking about you anyway. I mean, because everybody's thinking about themselves, right?
Right.
So when we can get over that and realize that, you know what? I'm going to do me. I'm going to be me. I'm going to be, take a deep breath and drop my shoulders, you know, and be grateful. Life is good. And then everything really comes to you.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks. Do you have a book? I do have a book. Yes, I have a book. I have a couple of books. My first book is called Rescue to Recovery. It's a little bit my story of years in the Coast Guard and dealing with the demons and getting over them. And you know, grab me afterwards. I'd love to just give you a book. And anybody, I've got a few. And if not, we'll get you hooked up. Is that it? Got one more. All righty. Don't give me a mic. I can do this all day.
So I'm a little shorter, so I'm gonna have to adjust this.
I feel you.
I think that like being an entrepreneur is one of the more difficult tasks, because when you have a job, you go there, you get paid, you go home. So with that comes like almost insurmountable amount of stress dealing with it. Just trying to build something from nothing. What are some of the things that you do to kind of, okay, I know I love what I do, it's not work, but I gotta take a break. What are some of the things that you do to kind of help you decompress?
I sail. I go to the ocean. But you know, one of the things, a guy, this is really dating me, but A.L. Williams, I don't know if anybody knows that man, right? we're probably right about the same age, but he's had a great saying that I'm telling you, that really began a real shift in my life. And it's all you can do is all you can do, and all you can do is enough. And when you realize that, it's kind of the thing of the painters, you know? They got to the painting someday, right? And I'm getting the cutoff sign, so here, if you guys want to chat later, find me. I'll chat all day. I'll put a little lozenge in and we'll go. But I really, really appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time. You're awesome.
All right, thank you. We left it very open. There's lots of intrigue. No pressure. Welcome.
Good morning, guys. How are we all? Come on. You're in Vegas. Let's have some fun. I know. Have anyone lost any money today? Or yesterday? No one's lost any money in Vegas. This is insane. I've lost my voice. So again, I'm not normally supposed to be in this hall. I was in the next hall yesterday. I'm a real estate agent and I'm an auctioneer. But there's one thing that's really crucial to my business. Marketing. Right? I'm not really a sales agent, I'm a marketer. And without marketing, no one's going to know what the product is, correct? So I'm always looking to innovate the way I market properties, lifestyle, the way I sell homes. I sell luxury homes. I live in Orange County, California. I am from Australia. If you guys can't understand my accent, I'm sorry, I'll repeat it again. Not many people can't really understand me anyway, and I speak quick. I'm an auctioneer, it's my job. What I want to do with you guys is I want to do a bit of Q&A. I want to know, is anyone working in the real estate space in this room right now? 1, 2, okay. And what is the most effective thing you're seeing in the marketing space right now as what's successful? As far, maybe lead gen. Is lead gen something you guys work with as far as real estate? Direct mail?
Yes, direct mail.
Direct mail? As far as a postcard with the letter address on it? Or?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
yes.
And you're seeing good responses from that?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
You have to do enough of it, and you have to write good copy.
Excellent, excellent. So we have another answer. Okay.
I have a client who buys and sells multifamily homes. So one of the things that we've actually been focusing on a lot is actually targeting the people that they want to sell, like they want someone to sell their property, because there's always people who are going to buy properties, but being the first person in front of a apartment complex who you know has an old owner and possibly the family doesn't want to take care of it, just doing really, really like individualized touch points with them and showing them like, this is the price that you can probably get from your place. I can help you with all of this. I've put a lot of time into you specifically, so please let me help you. And especially also like targeting on, I mean, at least for the area that they're in Portland, targeting on like, we're local, and so we know your area better than someone who's gonna try to like hawk it, and we'll sell it to someone else who's probably local.
Yeah.
So
That's actually a really good point when you have that debate with the seller as to, do you go with a local agent? Do you go with the best marketer? Do you go with someone who has international exposure? Because, and I'm not trying to be racist or anything like that, but a lot of people say, oh, I want that magical Chinese buyer that's going to come through with cash, right? It does happen. I sold 3 properties last month, over $10 million in total, and every one of them was a Chinese buyer who never came to the home and just sent cash from overseas. It does happen. But that's because I had international marketing. I wouldn't have found that agent, or that buyer, if I didn't have it exposed out on the World Wide Web, for one. It's the best way to market anything, and let's be honest with each other. But I do direct geofencing. So everyone who's in this room right now, I've already got my geo guy tracing all of you. In the next week, you guys are going to start seeing ads with my face on it. Well, depending if I want to pay him what he asked me to pay him. But this is really cool. It's what marketing can do right now. So you guys I'm sure you guys have all clicked on an ad, and then you go onto your Facebook or your Instagram, and all of a sudden you start seeing ads for it running up and down the side. And you think, how the hell does my phone know exactly what I'm interested in, or what I like to look at, or what I want to buy? Same way with real estate. We're always looking to be innovative. I'm a crazy guy. I'm on Instagram all day, every day, shooting videos, doing stories, making an idiot of myself. I'm really good at it. People like to laugh, and it's real, it's raw, and it's unedited. It works. Back to your point, it's being real, showing local knowledge, but also knowing that you have that tool up your sleeve to be a point of difference against your competitors. Now, my biggest tool of difference is being an auctioneer. Normally I have my voice, and I'm normally a lot louder, but I'm a live auctioneer. So my point of difference when I'm going up against another agent is, well, I'm going to market your home in a way that no one has really seen before in the United States. It's one of the most common ways to sell real estate in Australia, where I'm from, but over here, auctions are only really done in distressed, foreclosure, cash only, negative. So when I go to a house and it's, ladies and gentlemen, looking for opening bids at $500,000, where do we go from there? 510, 520, 530, 545, 545, 500, 545, 500, 500, 500, 600. We've got now 500 and 600, I lost my words a little bit there, but, I'm live, and I get everyone in. Everyone smiles, everyone's involved. It's the best marketing you can ever do, because it's real. So I would love an opportunity to, meet every one of you in the break. Come say hello, have a photo. If you guys want to add me on Instagram, Facebook, whatever social media you use, add me. I love meeting everybody. This is the land of opportunity. You guys know that, right? We are all looking for an opportunity to grow our brand, ourselves, give our families a better life. You're marketing yourself on a daily basis, right? If I jumped up on stage today in my swimsuit, or shorts, whatever you guys call them here. I call them board shorts, but is that what you call them here? Board shorts? Yeah, okay, cool. Board shorts. You guys would have looked at me a little bit differently, right? Who's this crazy guy wearing flip-flops and board shorts? But I dress the way I want people to perceive me. Same way when you're marketing a property or a product or an item, the way you want the client to perceive that product. So guys, again, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to come up on your stage and interrupt what you guys are doing. I just heard that this is the best room to be in, and I got a little bit of FOMO. We all suffer from FOMO. Had the pleasure of meeting you the other day. If you haven't met this gentleman right in front here, he's a really cool guy. You got to meet him. He's probably the happiest guy I've ever seen as well. Got a great big smile. And your business card is the one card that I see every time I walk into my hotel room now because it's got the big smile of your face. Marketing done right, in my opinion. So,
It's a take-home version of me.
and you look happy. It's genuine, right? So guys, I want to say thank you. Is there any questions you guys might have? If not, I'll let you guys continue with your day. Oh, you do it. Sorry.
So my question for you, especially when it comes to marketing for your actual properties that you're listing as well as yourself, do you use similar tactics? Because where I do for my clients is we kind of take a two-prong approach, both for brand identity. We take a two-prong approach for brand identity as well as for market penetration around like the properties that you're selling.
Yeah.
Do you find like there's a lot of synergies between the two?
I mean, I cover all bases. When I'm marketing a property, I'm doing flyers, I'm doing mailers, we're door knocking, we're cold calling, we're making a website, we're doing lead gen off that via Google pay-per-click, social media boosting and posts. So I'm hitting every angle I can. For me, the most popular and the most successful way is genuinely just having my database of people that I've met over time and constantly keeping in touch with them and sending them weekly mailers via emails with what's going on. But then with our social media boosting and blasting that we're doing constantly, we're getting a large attraction. I mean, I haven't got the largest following, there's about 35, 40,000 followers, but they're all around the world. They're not just where I am. So it's just constantly hitting all. I don't just think a two-prong approach is not bad, but it's not the only way we do it. We want to cover all bases. We find in California, where I'm located, you're going to sell your house to somebody who's looking on one of 4 major websites: Realtor, Zillow, Trulia, and Redfin. That's where they're coming from. Everyone's got a smartphone. Everyone's lying in their bed at 11 o'clock at night, bored, looking at properties. They see something they like, they click on it. So, don't know how to answer your question exactly because we cover all. I don't find it's just one thing that's better than the other. It's basically just we've got to do everything. But having knowledge of what you're talking about, your product, is definitely what gives your client the confidence to work with you. So you want to be able to make sure you know what your marketing is before you go and promote it to your client.
Yeah, thank you. That was really helpful. I actually meant from the perspective of marketing yourself and then marketing the properties that you're going through.
So how do I market myself versus the property, do you mean?
No, I mean more in the sense of like when you market yourself, their agents are quite frequent in the industry, as well as the idea of like open house, which is a new tool that you can kind of do on your own. How do you differentiate yourself amongst, like Orange County's a little different, but.
To be honest with you, I look at my competitors a lot and what they're doing, but I found by just I do a lot of live, so that's a big thing for me. I go live a lot on my phone with Instagram or with YouTube. And when I do that, I get a better response. A lot of other agents, no offense, particularly females, will have a lot of filters on their phone. They've got to go back, they've got to edit it, they've got to get the right lighting, and they don't post it for a couple of days later or a day later, and it's too late by then. You've got to be in the moment. The world this day, everything has to be accessible immediately. If it's not, it's forgotten about. So for me, I'm about being live on the moment. I literally just ran down, put a suit on for you guys right now. I got a text message that said, "You're on stage in 5 minutes." So that's why I'm sweating a little bit, because I ran here.
Thank you.
So yeah, it's just always for me, it's being genuine, being honest, and being straightforward and on the moment. Don't wait. Don't procrastinate. Be proactive, not reactive.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, guys. I'll let you guys enjoy your day. Please come and say hello.
Thank you so much. And tell us your name one more time so we can find you and see all your great videos on Instagram.
Sorry?
Please tell us your tag on Instagram so we can find you.
Okay, Simon, S-I-M-O-N, Polito, spelled P-O-L-I-T-O, and the letters T for Tom, P for Peter, G for great.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Got to see these videos you talked about. Who doesn't like looking at funny, crazy videos, right? Make an idiot of yourself? Well, now I'm really intrigued. All right, guys, it is that time to acknowledge the extraordinary contributions of your great minds in marketing, advertising, retail sectors, and of course, as you've noticed, everything in between. So to help me and be my... our VIPs here. Very good. Welcome, welcome. My Vanna White. And of course, my second Vanna White and wonderful, lovely helper here is Elizabeth. So without further ado, let's cue that amazing...
Rocky for always believing in me to be who I am. The best wisdom that I could give to any of you is the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world they're usually the ones who do it. So don't stop believing, dreaming, and innovating, and always remember to have fun throughout the process. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Our next Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Michelle Renee Scott.
So I just wanted to say thank you for this honor for my world of financial technology services promotion for several years. It's amazing to be honored for that, and I'm loving the conversation. I love what we're creating in terms of possibility in this discussion of excellence. Thank you for the great presentation so far, and here's to the rest of the great week. Thank you.
Our next award for Outstanding Leadership goes to Marar LaVille.
First, I want to thank God because He's the one and the reason I'm here. I want to thank my mentor, Dee Dee Wong. This woman, she's amazing. I love her. And my family and everyone that put this event together. I have been in touch with Sai. He's amazing. And all the team of Marketing 2.0. Your life will be a warning or an example by Jim Rohn. Make your life an example because your gift does not belong to you. Your gift belongs to the people that are waiting on you. All of us here, marketers, all of us with different talent, your talent will serve the world and then also will inspire and empower other people, not only to take action, but to become the best of themselves. So thank you to all of you.
Beautifully said. Our next award for Outstanding Leadership goes to Nicole Zeno. Nicole. Our next award for Outstanding Leadership. Hey, we like this guy. We know him well. Parthiv Shah.
Congratulations to all the marketers in this room. We in this room, we are the creators who will create the next revolution in the economy. Nothing happens until someone sells something. We are the deal makers of America. We make money that America spends. So here's
Keeping it real, I like it. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Tracy Brown.
Thank you all so much. I want to thank Dee Dee. She's got a nice little corral of folks here, but she is an amazing mentor. I want to thank my original mentor, my mom. You know what? We instill things in people, and we can either instill positive or negative, and let's all be those people of excellence, right? Instilling positive, joyful empowerment. Thank you all for this. Thank you for the people putting this together. You guys are awesome. It's an amazing event that you have here. Thank you.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Tristan Helm.
So I'll keep this brief. I did a lot of talking yesterday, and I'll do some more later. But I want to thank Jesus, obviously. My outstanding wife for indulging and pandering to me and everything that I'm trying to build, we are trying to build. But I'm very, very grateful and I'm thankful for all the mentors in my life, especially Dee Dee Wong, who is the outstanding leader who takes us from so-so to outstanding. I would love to connect with anybody and everybody. I'm over at Booth 7. I have books and material on any type of topic for personal development, but if anything, come by, just grab a card. I would love to talk to you and get to meet you. Thank you very much.
Awesome, great job. And our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Vibha Sharma. Wonderful. And moving right along here, a couple of awards left to finish off this morning's award ceremony. For Best Companies, the award goes to Click Control Marketing, LLC.
Tracy, your presentation resonated with me. It was excellent. Thank you.
You guys, these awards are seriously gorgeous. Please make sure you display them loud and proud in your office, wherever it makes sense. Moving along, our next award for Best Companies goes to Nexus 6 Marketing. Nexus 6.
I will just say thank you to the team back in Des Moines. I couldn't do it without them, so thank you so much.
Everyone keeps forgetting to thank the Academy. LOL. Oh, thanks guys for laughing. Okay, Best Companies Award next goes to Blue Monarch Group. Blue Monarch Group.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank the entire team for setting this up, all of our participants and speakers, and I would love to thank my family and, of course, my amazing team that makes me wake up every morning and have the joy and honor of doing what I absolutely love.
And our last award, last but definitely not least, for Best Companies goes to Bespoken Directive. Bespoken. Like a ninja, you just came out of nowhere.
Thank you for everybody else too. Of course, I always want to thank my team because this is always a team effort for us, and we consider it more of a family. So I'm very grateful for Igor and Sani. I know you guys are watching, so thank you very much. I also want to thank my wife and my children. It's been a long run, and I know they've been very supportive over these last few years, and I'm very grateful for their support and encouragement. And I also want to thank my father, who came to support me as well, and has always inspired me to be different and be myself. So I'm grateful for that, and yeah, thank you again. Appreciate it.
All right, with that, my friends, we are done for this portion of our award ceremony. Let's do one more big round of applause. Congratulations to all of you on behalf of the Marketing 2.0 conference team. And with that, we're going to take a short break, about 30 minutes. We will see you all back in 30 minutes, and we'll join you in the next room over for snacks and refreshments. See you soon.
1 2 1 2. Audio. Check, check, check. Audio check.
some amazing speakers still lined up for you, of course, this afternoon. Inciting panels. And we'll have another award show in the afternoon, as well as our networking cocktail hour. Because, of course, what's Las Vegas without cocktails, right? Even at your Marketing 2.0 conference. Okay, so our next panel, we're going to move on right to it. Today's marketing industry is filled with prominent female leaders, whoop whoop, paving the way for a new generation of women who hope to take the marketing and advertising worlds by storm. In this session, panel experts share success secrets and discuss strategies through which today's organizations can create a supportive environment for high-achieving women. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, a warm welcome for all of our panelists. They're going to come on stage and introduce themselves. Welcome, ladies.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much. Welcome. An important caveat before we get started here with this juicy panel of these inspiring women. It's important to acknowledge that gender identity is not binary. We recognize that many people identify beyond the constructs of male and female. And it's wonderful to think of the future of marketing and how, as collectively, we begin to self-report as a spectrum of gender, that as marketers, we'll be able to utilize more inclusive gender data to connect with people in a deeper way. That being said, today we're a bunch of badass women up here. So I am so excited to be here with all of you today. My name is Samantha Montanero, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Toketivity and Toketivity Creative. Toketivity is the world's largest community for cannabis-loving women, and Toketivity Creative is an agency that amplifies equitable brands in the cannabis and plant medicine space. Panelists, I'm excited to have you. Why don't you introduce yourselves?
Hi everyone, my name is Justina Rose, better known as Funnel Queen. I recently earned that title, having the fastest 2 Comma Club award done in 19 hours. We hit over $1 million and shut down ClickFunnels, shut down Stripe. Everything was insane, and everything's just been growing from there. I own an agency, like I said, called Funnel Empire. I specialize in the development of custom sales funnels. I do copywriting, media buying, everything basically, but the goal entirely is just to help entrepreneurs build impactful brands for themselves and really spread positivity in their messaging with the world.
Hi everybody, my name is Dawn Sinkula, and I am the CEO and founder of Digital Dawn. We are an e-commerce marketing agency that helps women grow and scale online. We primarily work in the health and beauty industry with women who are looking to grow and scale their purpose-based businesses. We're a full-service agency. We do paid media, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Google Shopping, YouTube. We build Shopify stores, and we also do email marketing. Excited to be here.
My name is Nefertara Best. Friends call me Neff. It rhymes with Jeff. I am the co-founder of 2 public relations agencies. One is called Pride Public Relations, and the other is Mosaic Strategic Communications. And we offer services similar to those here on the panel. We do multicultural strategic communications. We do paid media advertising, social media management, creative and graphic design. So excited to be here too and part of the conversation.
Well, we have some amazing women on this panel, but my name is Nicole Zeno. I am a serial entrepreneur. I started in the music and tech spaces, both industries very male-dominated. I have created, bought, sold, and had investors in multiple companies, and now I own and founded Clever Cow Media. We come at marketing from a more business strategic standpoint. We come into companies, small, medium, and startups that need help from a CMO type level, CSO and CTO level. We build the strategy, we execute on that, whether that's in-house or bringing in vendors, and we help the executives by having one budget, one strategy, one brand consistent, moving towards goals for growth.
Wow. Let's give a round of applause to all of our panelists here, first and foremost. So honored to be here with you. So let's dive into this. According to a recent article by LinkedIn Marketing about gender and racial equality in the marketing industry, in North America, the gender split for marketing roles features really strong female representation in comparison to other industries. New data shows 60% of professionals occupying the marketing space are women. 53% are at director level or above, and 59% at managerial levels. This is amazing, right? It's looking way better than a lot of other industries. Here's the thing though, although there are more women in leadership roles in the general marketing industry, there's still something interesting happening. When we're looking at the marketing workforce, of 100 men who advance in the workforce into a managerial role, 80 white women advance, and only 58 black women advance. Furthermore, women are 18% less likely to even apply to the jobs after viewing them. So what is going on here? I'm excited to hear from these ladies and to talk about what is getting in the way of women climbing the ladder of success and going for the job that they want. And furthermore, we definitely need to explore the intersections for women of color and specifically black women. What is happening here? Does anybody have any initial thoughts? I know I have a lot, but I'd love to hear from anybody who wants to jump in here.
I'll jump in, and thank you for doing all that research. I love data, so those are good data points. As a black woman, I can say that the information you shared, I see it as an opportunity, right? So that means that we have some room to improve. I think that from my own lived experience, we're very intentional about building a team that is diverse, and our clients expect that from us. And so I think that diversity, like anything else, like marketing, like scaling, you have to be intentional about it, right? And unfortunately, it doesn't always just happen organically. Everyone has different networks and different circles, and when it comes to those HR decisions, I just think that we have to be very intentional about building teams and building teams that reflect the communities we live in and reflect the clients and the folks that they're trying to serve. And so it does take effort, and just like anything else, if you can't do it on your own, bring an expert to the table to help guide you through that process. But I'll let the others
I
chime
love
in.
that.
Yeah, I definitely want to kind of piggyback off the intentionalness that is required for female entrepreneurs. We definitely have a disadvantage sometimes of being looked at as women. We're creative, but maybe we're not so directive. And so we definitely have to be intentional, like what she said. But one of the major things that Dee Dee Wong has taught me is that you really have to work with companies that you emotionally and morally can connect with. So if you are speaking with a company and you are surrounding yourself with a group of business owners and you feel like they are treating you like you're beneath them, that is not an agency or a business or people that you should want to work with ever, because that's not going to be what's contributing to your success if people are always looking down on you. So you need to show up knowledgeable and capable. You guys are all here, so you are knowledgeable and you are capable. So when you are presenting yourself in front of a new opportunity, show that. That is your time to shine. I have experienced one situation where I did feel like I was kind of looked down on for being a white woman dealing with a black Muslim client. There was a little bit of disassociation there, which is fine, but I realized it wasn't the right client to work with just because we didn't connect on the same values. I think it's really important that you find the right people to work with and show them what you're capable of. You need to eliminate the doubts. I'd rather have someone be intimidated in my knowledge by presenting them with everything that I know and I'm capable of than for them to view me as something lesser.
I want to see here, I mean, something that I'm really hearing and something I experience in my work my work in the world is there's twofold. Like Neff was saying, we have the people in power who need to bring people up. So there's that piece. But then also for women, there's all the things that we're dealing with, this collective trauma that's happening, that imposter syndrome is real, you know? Like you can be like killing it at your job, and then there's a managerial position open and you're like, maybe I should go for that. Well, am I exactly right for that? It's like, the stats show women have to be like 95% sure that they can crush it at something before they're gonna say, okay, I'm gonna do that. But then when they do it, they do crush it. But that like self-doubt is coming from, from generational oppression. So I think that's really important to note. I'd love to hear from the two other panelists before we move on.
So, absolutely. Like, in case you guys haven't noticed, we've been hanging out with a lot of marketers lately, and we like to talk about funnels and user journey. And just like that, there's a lot of points in which we could talk forever about where we are not supporting women, right? And some of it's societal, some of it is in the culture of the companies, and how even to the fact that the 9-to-5 workday does not work correctly with how women's bodies and our genetics are put. So,
or our children's schedules.
Or our children's schedules as mothers, right? And so there are a lot of places where this breaks down, but one of the places where today, we can't solve this today, all of them, but one of the places where we can today solve it is the fact that, and marketers have branded imposter syndrome, so whether you subscribe to that theory or not, every woman I've ever worked with, and I work with a lot of female founders, has had imposter syndrome in one way or form. How much or how little is depends on them, but there's two key things you can do today that will change this for you. One of which is find the right group of people around you. A mentor is not a mentor, a mentor and mentor is not the same, right? Find the right mentors for different pieces, and that doesn't mean go out and find only women mentors. It means only learn the things you need to from the right mentors. And then the second piece is put yourself in those hard conversations. We are women. We are gonna have to have those hard conversations at some point in our lives. We can't avoid it. Go practice those skills, because when the big piece comes, you'll be confident that you can handle it. And that's what you have to go do.
That's great. Just to piggyback on that, I think something that I've seen over the last couple of years is women really taking a step out of the traditional 9-to-5. Yes. I think we've had a great opportunity as women with COVID, maybe not being able to fit into the 9-to-5 like we have in the past. Maybe jobs have been eliminated. And I have seen a ton of women step out into this entrepreneurship world, being able to start their own companies, to be able to really do the things that they've been passionate about, that maybe haven't always had the opportunity to be able to do. But COVID actually really opened a lot of doors for female entrepreneurs in being able to run their own businesses, to step into maybe opportunities that hadn't always been there. And so I think this is, like, more than ever, an opportunity for us as women to really step into our power, step into that greatness, and really show that we are perfectly capable of doing all the things that men are capable of doing, and even better to a certain degree.
Absolutely, and I'll chime in on that too. I think that to answer your question before, talking about, invite women to the table, what can our allies, our male allies do in this industry, is make sure you're inviting women to the table. And then to your point, there comes a time where you have to build your own table, right? So, and that's kind of what you were talking about. I'm in the middle of brokering a deal right now, and what I've learned about myself, and also what I see in clients, as you were saying, is that sometimes as women, we don't know our own value. And going back to that, am I good enough? Am I qualified for this? Should I be on this stage? My male peers and colleagues, they're so confident. And some of them aren't that great, but they're just so confident. Most of them are, but even the ones that aren't, they bring that confidence. They're like, I crushed it every day. I deserve to be here, whether they do or not. And so I told my husband sometimes I have to tap into my inner
masculine
man, on the inside, right? What would a man do? And so to the point earlier, though, I'm blessed to have men that have mentored me, that have guided me through my career, as well as some amazing women. And I think that, we can all learn something from each other. At the end of the day, we're in this together. It's not men versus women. We're in it together. And if women can fold laundry, go to carpool, go to soccer practice, lead a Zoom meeting, do a presentation,
and close a deal.
And close a deal.
Yeah.
We have to give
all
ourselves
in an hour.
All in an hour. I learned that during COVID.
Hey, I love this. Okay,
while cramping.
I want to keep going here so we can get through these couple of questions. That it's true. There's no doubt women are amazing. And speaking of how amazing women are, those organizations that do empower women are seeing the benefit. diversity equals profitability. The numbers speak for themselves. According to the McKinsey study, Why Diversity Matters, companies in the top quartile for gender diverse executive suites are 15% times more likely to generate above average profitability compared to the bottom quartile of companies whose executive teams were predominantly white and male. So, if you haven't heard this, you should definitely do a deep dive on your own research of why diversity in the workplace equals profitability. But I thought it would be interesting to hear from these ladies as female executives who are crushing it. Let's share some of your secrets. What are some of your secrets for success? And I want to start off by saying, with my company, we take a matriarchal approach to everything. And I find that when you start looking at people as like everybody has one life, I think this is something that women bring to the table, actually, because we are the nurturers, we are the mothers. We brought the men onto this planet by choosing to have them. Okay, so we care. We care about everyone. We care about if someone isn't feeling well. We care if someone is single parenting, juggling all of the things, and is struggling to get their work done. And you look at it from an approach of not like, we have an issue with this person, we're not getting what we need. You look at it as like, what does this person need to step fully into their space? So I think that's one thing that I think that women are doing differently, which is not looking at the bottom line first, but looking at their team first and seeing what they can do to nurture a really supportive team. So ladies, share some of your secrets.
Well, I'll jump in. My team, I've been in business for almost 8 years as a marketing agency, and prior to that, I was a senior executive at a Fortune 25 company. And what I can tell you is that some of the things that I know didn't work really well in my corporate job, I made a point of wanting to do it differently in my own business. And one of the things that I think has been really critical, my team's been with me, a lot of them, since the get-go. And for anybody who runs their own business or who has a team that's virtual knows that that's pretty unheard of having a team that will stay with you for years on end. And I think that's because, to your point, we do a lot of the nurturing. We talk a lot about what it takes to be successful on the team. We do have a diverse group of people. It's not just women, it's not just white women, and it's a combination of different points of view, a different understanding, and then using that to really make informed decisions. So not only is it just the nurturing piece, but it's also getting different viewpoints from different people on the team and letting their opinions be heard. I think that's so important in any business, female run or otherwise, to make sure that your teams have a voice in how, it might not always be executed that way, you might not always do all of the things that they recommend, but at least having a voice and being able to be heard, I think is something critical for my experience and has always been something that my team has kind of talked about as a benefit of working with us.
Yeah, and I want to bring up a few other facts there. So that stat is huge, right? There's more revenue is being brought into companies who are diverse. But there's two stats that go with that stat that generally get overlooked around women. And this is from more of a business and investor standpoint. But whenever someone comes up to me and says, oh, well, women are pretty much equal, we've beat this, and this happens to me on a weekly basis, I give them these two stats. The first stat is that women-founded companies are only getting about 2% of the venture capitalist money out there right now. And if you're saying, okay, Nicole, well, that's not a diverse, it's women-founded, companies that have at least one woman founder or someone at that level is only getting 17% of the capital out there. So one of the things we really have to think about is if women are hitting challenging points at every step of the way, how are they building these companies without money, right? Like without support, without capital. So the biggest piece that I think we have to talk about is how are we building support systems, not just, we need to realize that, we need to realize we're women. Yes, we are different from men, but we have things that we can make, that we can bring to the table that we should be helping each other with and bringing each other along for the ride and investing in each other's companies, so.
For any guys out there that are investors, don't just invest in people who look like you.
Yeah, And you can find places like Golden Seeds, which is helping women learn to invest and is helping bringing men into investment situations. And one last piece, and I know I want to get to the rest of the people, but one last piece is that we're asking women different questions at these levels. So men are being asked about the revenue streams, the idea, the market share, how are they going to spend the money? Women are being asked about families, emotions, and how they feel their skill set will be able to be handled in a managerial area. Think about that for a second.
I just wanted to hit on what you said about don't just look for the people who are like you. Because when I was starting out, I accidentally fell on success and got a little bit cocky and thought I knew everything. And as I was scaling, I couldn't handle the workload and was like, okay, I just need to find another me. I was like, there has to be another Justina who knows everything I know that can do it perfectly. And I tried to find it. First of all, there's nobody just like you. Second, it was actually the diversification on my team that I needed to scale, bringing in different people who have different lifestyles, who had different upbringings that are able to speak in a different way and communicate in a different way than I ever could. And when I started looking at this content, I was like, okay, I might have not been able to say that. And it kind of humbled me almost, and I was like, okay, I see the value in bringing in different people. I have team members in Indonesia, I have team members here, I have them all across the world, and it's so incredible, and it's been a major element of my success to have so many different viewpoints on an international level. The other thing that I wanted to hit on very quickly is kind of what I said before, is that same vetting process, is making sure even though we do want to diversify, that we still do connect on the same level. Like I said, Dee Dee is the person that taught me this, and you are not going to hit the 7-figure mark if it's not somebody that you agree with on almost all areas of life. You have to be able to
Core
grow
values.
together. Yeah, exactly.
I love that. Neff, what do you think?
I agree across the board. I have, in the essence of time, I mean, everything they said is spot on.
Okay, cool. So I have one final question, and we're going to chat about it, and then start preparing your questions, if you have any for us, before we wrap up. So it's incumbent on leaders throughout the business leadership sphere, marketing and beyond, to knock down the barriers and create pathways for underrepresented folks, not just women. There's no shortage of brilliant and talented women marketers and creatives out there, though. In fact, according to the National Center for Education Studies in 2019, Black women are actually the most educated demographic in the United States. That's something that I didn't know and discovered in researching for this, and I found that incredibly interesting, as the women who are getting the least amount of opportunities, yet they're the most educated. So, hello, we need to recognize this problem, and we need to commit to being part of the solution. When it comes to diversity in marketing, a lot of progress has been made. Like I said in the beginning, there's more women in leadership skills in marketing than there are men right now, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done from where it trickles. So on a final note, I think we've already been sharing some tips, but what are some tips that you would share with men or with people of other genders who are looking to build a more diverse staff?
I can jump in. So I have 3, I'll keep it quick, but I have 3 tips here that I think are really important points. So the first one is transparency in pay and ladder to success. So building your company around the fact that whether it's a women, it's race, and it's actually kind of funny in nonprofit world, men are the minority. So whatever it is, if there is a set ladder to success and saying, okay, as a director, you need to be at these skills and you're going to get paid this amount or whatever that case is, everyone knows where you're at. And so we're not talking about women getting paid less than men. We're not talking about race. We're not talking about any of that. We're really transparent as to if you want to get to XYZ in this company, here's what you have to do, and here's how you will be compensated, right? So we need transparency. The second piece there is really, instead of thinking about building a culture around diversity, right, and posting on social media because it's Women Appreciation Month, really thinking about making a culture where people feel confident that they can come forward, they can talk about how they feel in that environment when something happens, because you don't know what you don't know. You can't stop things from happening if you're not a woman and you don't know how we feel in that situation, right? As a new mother and having weird hours, right, or whatever the case may be. So having a culture, focusing on a culture that is open and communicative is a really important point. And the last point I want to make is that a lot of these things that we talk about, like imposter syndrome, happen at a very young age. We are teaching children at a very young age that men and women are very different and maybe not even at the same value level. And so I know a lot of people in here are parents. Start teaching your kids at a very young age the equality between men, women, race, whatever it is. We're going to only change this through generational teachings, and it starts now with great parents.
I love that. So good. Ladies.
Honestly, I couldn't have said it better than, yeah, she hit on everything. So thank you. Thank you for that.
I think the transparency thing is really important, not just from a pay perspective, but also from a viewpoint perspective. And I think that, as I talked about earlier, having an environment where people's voices are heard and all different types of voices are heard, whether it be female, male, gender, that is male and female, but you know what I mean, different voices where we can all have a say and we can all be appreciated for the things that we bring to the table. I think it's just so critical and not always something that is valued at a company. And I think when you are hiring someone or you're thinking about how to change the culture of your company, really hearing from your employees is a critical piece to that. And to your point, it really does help with your growth, and it helps with your ability to scale, and it helps with your ability to really see things from a different point of view.
Makes us better marketers.
Yeah, culture eats strategy for breakfast. I love that comment, or like that saying, because it's like, yeah, the culture of your company, like you can have your numbers all day long, but if the culture of your company isn't on point, you're not going to see those numbers.
I agree in asking the right questions, right? So we just did some employee focus groups for a credit union in South Carolina, and just gathering that honest, candid feedback from African American and female employees. And I think sometimes we try to come up with solutions without asking the right questions. And so if there are women within your organization, maybe sit down and have some candid, honest conversations about their experience, about what's going well and what's not, and what some future opportunities might be. I also think it's important to meet people where they are. A lot of people do talk the talk, but it's important to walk the walk. If you want to have a more diverse staff, then you can't continue to communicate within the same silos, right? So how do you go to communities of color and engage, meet folks where they are, and start to build those relationships so that when you do have an opportunity that comes up, you have a network that you can plug into that can bring you some of those diverse and extremely qualified and educated candidates, right? So I think that our firm goes after a lot of RFPs and requests for proposals, and some folks will say, we can't find any qualified minority-owned businesses. And so we always like to raise our hand and say, we do exist, right? We're not unicorns, we're here, but perhaps we're just, we are in some instance working in silos. We're grinding, we're trying to stay in business and help our clients do the same, and so I may not be at the same chamber meeting that you're at. Maybe, in this virtual life, that connectivity, we have to be a little more creative and intentional about it. So I would just encourage you to do that. There's great organizations like the Black MBA Association. There are sororities and fraternities in all different communities of color. There are different organizations that would welcome you with open arms, that you can engage with, and that could bring value to you and your business because they have access to amazing candidates.
I love that so much. If you aren't creating the container for growth, if you as a leader are not admitting to some areas where maybe you need to learn more or need to be open to, like they were saying, you're not going to see those candidates. I mean, frankly, a Latina woman who is highly skilled in her department and is looking for an equitable workplace that she can feel really good in her role is frankly not going to even want to apply to a certain company if they don't have certain DEI practices. And DEI, if you don't know, is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I wanted to note as a final thing, there's lots of consultants out there as well, and folks who are doing this work of helping companies diversify their culture, and asking the right questions, being willing to put yourself out there of like, I would love to have a more diverse company. I'm not sure really where to start. It all starts with that vulnerability of admitting that you don't know everything. So, you know.
And I think too, even personally, right? And that was something I was talking to my husband about. I was like, I need a Latino friend. Like you know, our son goes to a private school in Charlotte where we live, and you know, when he brings his friends over and goes to birthday parties, I love seeing that diversity. You know, I'm like, all of our networks should reflect the communities that we live in. If I'm only spending time with other Black people, then really, you know, diversity goes both ways. And so I think that sometimes we expect to put that on white people, but we have to all own it. You know, our circles should all be diverse, because if we're only around like-minded people, then are we really growing? And so, you know, it's something, you know, I'm learning even from my son, and he's reminding me of that. So I think even professionally, yes, but also think about it too from the personal standpoint as well.
And also as women, like take a moment to realize your value. If you are at a company that is not supporting you or not supporting the diversity or where you want to be, take a moment and put your resume out right now, like literally, because there are plenty of jobs out there and there are plenty of companies out there that are doing the work and they're putting the time in, and you deserve a job, or even in your personal life, a community that supports you, and feel comfortable being able to do that.
Yeah, put it in your objective. My objective is to secure a job where, you know, I feel seen and respected as a fill in the blank intersection. You know, that's really cool. This has been such a pleasure. Do we have any questions from anybody in the audience? Come on up to the mic.
I love the outfit, love it.
Well, thank you. You had to have known I was going to be here, right?
Oh,
here,
of course.
right,
You know.
right, cheering women on. I'm all about making things actionable, right? I mean, it's so great that you come here and you get inspired and you get business cards and you see all this stuff, but it's like, what are you really gonna do? So I would like to hear from each and every one of you if there was one thing that everybody in this room could do to help to empower another individual or to help women in general rise up. What would that one thing be? And then encourage the hell out of it to this group to just go do that one thing today, right here, right now. So that's my question. I'm gonna sit down because it's gonna take you a while to answer.
Ooh, juicy.
I would just say connect with the woman in the room, right? As an actionable step, we should all leave this conference with new connections, new friends, and hopefully some new opportunities. So I think that Marketing 2.0 has provided this platform. They've brought the folks in the room. We are all qualified and clearly are doing well and excelling in whatever it is that we're doing. So I'm excited to meet these amazing new women and all of the women in the room. And so I would think as an actionable next step is connect authentically, right? Not transactionally, what can this person do for me, but how can you help? What value do you bring, and how can you build a relationship that can blossom?
I would say, what is the phrase, like, high tides raise all ships, something like that. And recognizing the value that each of the women bring to the table is really important. I think a lot of times, you know, there's a culture of competition, and I think having opportunities like this where we can really highlight each other and highlight the skills that we bring to the table is really valuable for so many of us. Instead of competing with each other, we raise each other up so that we all can be better. And I think that's part of what I'd like to take away from this event, is to recognize each person that I'm up here with, as well as those in the room. How can we lift each other up? How can we support each other? How can we connect on a different level, more meaningful versus transactional? And how can we then use that to leverage each other?
I think a really actionable one that I really love is find someone who, even if you are not at your dream spot or you're not at the place you want to be at and you're still growing, find someone who is at the spot you were a year ago and mentor them. Because just because you're not at your perfect end game doesn't mean that you don't have something to bring for someone else. And this could be someone in this room. It could be someone who maybe is an intern at your company and you were an intern a while ago. And for the men out there who are looking to help ally, you know, I'm sure you have mentees that are women or maybe don't, but if you do, realize that there are situations that you're going to be able to handle differently than women, and introduce them to maybe another powerful woman in your life who can help them in those situations instead of giving them advice that may or may not really work for a woman in that situation.
I just want to circle back to Dee Dee's conversation last night where she said it's not who you know, it's who knows you. So if you have sat here and you have not introduced yourself to every single person at your table, you are doing yourself a massive disservice. Seriously. Like, you should be looking at these people as new friends, cultivating these relationships, and then from there, see how you guys can provide value to each other. Because you never know who they're connected to that they can connect you with. Like you're saying, like who you can reach down to or who you can reach up to.
I love that. All really great tips. And for my advice for all of you today, one thing that you should do is ask yourself a question as to how you tap into your own femininity and your own masculinity. All of us have the polarity happening within us. It's true. And I think we're at an interesting time where men need to tap more into their feminine side. It's okay to have emotions. We all have them. And women need to tap into their masculine side and be like, I am worth it, and I am confident, and I deserve to be here. And it goes two ways. So I think when you start to open up that conversation inside of yourself, you start to see people differently. Wow.
Any
I think
other
that's all we got.
questions?
Another question?
Hi, guys. Thank you all for presenting. You're all really, really incredible, inspiring women. I look up to all of you, literally and figuratively. So something that has been a overall theme of this talk is the importance of diversity, whether that is race, gender, gender identity, like the LGBT community, just including as many types of people as you can, including class as well and education level. With that, yes, all very, very important to have that kind of diversity, but none of that is worth anything if you're not actually taking all of those different people and listening to them and hearing their viewpoints, because what's the point in having diversity if you're not actually listening to the different opinions that they bring? So the question is, I'd love just maybe one or two answers on how you guys make sure that you are utilizing that diversity so that you can get all of those differing viewpoints on life in your business.
Yeah, I can say in my company, creating safe containers for feedback, creating strong relationships where my team and the people who I work with are not afraid to come to me. I sure hope they're not, anyway. I put a lot of effort into making sure that someone isn't afraid to come and talk to me. And also, we've been, in my company, we've been next leveling our feedback. So having a clear pathway for even anonymous feedback for the leadership is really cool, because I think that it's again a safe way of like someone's not going to be afraid of their job by sharing how they're actually feeling. Yeah, I think it starts with relationships, but also like HR practices. I mean, there's a lot of different things that you can do in HR to create containers for feedback.
I think also having containers for positive feedback is also important as well. So we make sure that we have an opportunity for our teams to also praise each other. And I think that having sort of that flat feedback is also really important. So hearing from each other on how well they're doing or how well they're not doing, but being able to really provide an environment where people can voice their opinion about each other as well and give feedback to each other and be able to share each other's viewpoints, recognizing that, and also being able to then put, some containers around that and valuing that. We spend a lot of time in our organization making sure that voices are heard, whether it's in meetings, whether it's through Slack channels or other things like that we use on our
Team building.
Team building is so
Team
important.
building. You know what we did recently is we did a dreams retreat in my company where we all collectively spent time together, a whole afternoon together, dreaming huge dreams. And to hear the different, what your dream is, if time, money, nothing was an issue, what is your dream? You learn a lot about somebody when you ask them that question. And asking your part-time employee that question, a lot of times they're like, well, shit, I haven't even actually thought about that. And you start to open up a pathway for we're growing together. You create that safety by I care about your dreams. I care about you living this beautiful life.
Yeah, I love what you're saying there because that's exactly what I do. And I try to plug in those interns or employees with the right educational info that supports that dream because it benefits us both ways then. So not only are they getting more knowledge and resources to grow them to their dream, but now they've just learned so much more that's going to support me as well. So we're all growing together and dreaming together.
Yeah, and in my company, we really, or for me, it is a passion to make sure that my team feels supported. We do a lot of really structured one-on-ones and make sure that people are being heard, but not just heard. We make sure that they have time to talk about where their zone of genius is and really support that, because I can go as a CEO and do all the pieces and write all the content and put out all the marketing and come up with all the plans. But if you have all this diverse people in your company, maybe they should be bringing their genius to the table and you should be listening to that. And really, taking the stigma away from failure, right? What have we failed as a company recently? What have you failed at recently? And how can we support the growth in whether that's growing in that area so that we don't fail in that spot? So maybe it's reaching out to a community that we're supposed to be marketing to and we are not getting through to, right? How do we reach out to people who can give us those answers? Or it's, I don't have that skill set and maybe I don't want that skill set. Where can we move you in the company or support you in that way? So.
Beautiful. Any other questions? Come on up.
I'll try to ask a quick one. I hope it's not too broad of a question, but so I'm the sole founder of my company, and somehow all management has been women. So wasn't purposeful.
That's not a somehow. That's not a somehow.
Thank you, Ally.
But I've noticed with some team members, there have been some, we have very open and honest, open door policy and all that kind of stuff. And definitely some, I don't want to call it incidents, but we have great harassment training when every new team member comes on board and all that kind of stuff. And so people do feel open to come to me if they feel something happened or nothing happened, but you get what I'm saying, right? Inappropriate or doesn't feel comfortable, whatever it is. But I feel there's still sometimes, I have a couple awkward couple awkward dudes, I don't know how else to word it. And so I feel there's some things that happen, very subtle, not a big deal, but I still try to go around and be like, hey dude, and around, right? That wasn't cool. Try to, I like that, that you're just an open, kind of person, but there's a certain time and place to be that open. So do you, I guess, it's I want those women to know, or that woman or whatever, to know hey, I've handled this in the background, but I also don't want them to feel if it wasn't that big of a deal, then I feel I'm making it a bigger deal than it was, and I'm stuck sometimes, and I'm dealing with one kind of bigger one right now that I'm trying to figure out like how far.
Yeah, well, and,
and
I can see from a challenge from an HR perspective too. I know sometimes it's like, when are you maybe crossing a boundary with something that happened with somebody else, or like, you know, with sharing information as to how situations can be handled. I love your question. I think that the nuances of you know, of a new way of doing business, which is a new way is having very diverse teams. That is new, by the way, in case everybody doesn't realize that, is figuring out the like, you know, the nuanced approach to things. So I think you're doing the right thing by addressing it. I think that maybe just having some sort of reassurance practice that's happening throughout. I mean, I'm going to assume that the women on your team are feeling supported and that they trust you. Maybe in regular trainings or something, just addressing this and being like, hey, at the culture in my company, if I witness a microaggression, I want you to know that chances are I'm going to come up and like chat with you about it, because I think it's really important that everybody on my team feels safe and heard. And the microaggressions are actually where we're at, as being like the things that you're like, oh my God, I can't take this anymore. It's like the little things. It's not even I'm not being asked out on a date, but it's like these little aggressions constantly that drive someone crazy. So like setting a precedence of like, hey, this is how we do. I'm going to talk to you about it. I welcome anybody, if they are witnessing things or if something happens to them, to come to me. If I witness something, I want my team to know that chances are I'm going to mention something to that person. And it's like you said, in a way of like, we're all human, we're all growing. People make mistakes. Sometimes we're so caught up in our situation that we don't even realize that we're making a microaggression to somebody, or that we don't even realize that we're offending somebody. So giving people the benefit of the doubt.
I think the fact, sorry,
We all jumped in.
Lots of thoughts, I love it.
I think the fact that you're addressing it, first of all, is number one, right? The fact that you recognized it, the fact that you're addressing it. But I would also say that you're human as well, and so not necessarily understanding how to handle every situation is a normal response to not knowing how to handle every situation, right? So I think there's also a lot of resources and tools that are available to CEOs out there, men and women, that you need to educate yourself on what's appropriate conversation to be having in those situations, what's appropriate to not be sharing with people, how to handle and address. And a lot of people do it only after they've had a situation. And I would highly recommend that you spend some time finding a resource available to you that can help train you and educate you on those types of conversations to have, if you haven't done that already, because you can get yourself into some really sticky situations, both female and male, having conversations or not having the right conversations, blowing things out of proportion, not handling them well enough, all those different things. And it's a really hard way to kind of go after business if you don't have some education behind you or some support tools that are available. So I would just encourage you to not think that you have to handle it on your own, or that you should be handling it on your own, but find someone who can help mentor you. Or there's different resources or educational tools that are out there. 15.5 is a great one. There's other places that I know you can get HR resources that really help CEOs with those kinds of conversations.
Because it was something, because we're 100% remote, and so we've always been,
Yeah.
and so you think,
So
nothing
am
could
I.
happen in a remote company. It happens in a remote company. It happens more often than you think. When I started researching it, I was like, oh, wow.
And you're not alone. So that's the good news. I don't know what you do in your business, but I know for me, I do PR, I do storytelling, HR, not so much. So I totally get it. I agree. There are some amazing resources. I have 2 clients in the past 2 months that have started to invest in HR resources, just a consultant to kind of help put together the framework, and kind of, again, they're there on call where if you have a situation, you can say, hey, this happened, anything I need to be thinking about? So tap into those resources, because you need to be being your CEO. You need to be,
I tried to remove
getting more
myself
clients.
now.
and,
I got a consultant, so I'm like, you can email them if there's something you don't feel comfortable coming to me. You can go to them.
Well, and first off, I want to thank you for even thinking about it, right? Like, you're building a company that clearly cares. And so, everyone here who's listening to this, who came to this talk, right? You guys are clearly thinking about it, and nobody's going to be perfect. None of us are. And so first off, to thank you. But second of all, what I find really helps too is really set core values in the company not just because, oh, putting that on the wall makes everyone see it and all of that, but really when it comes down to hiring, when your culture comes down to who you hire and making sure you're hiring not just the right skill set and a diverse skill set, but hiring the right people who fit your core values. And that's where, and it doesn't mean that incidents aren't gonna happen, but then when people trust, and I can almost guarantee based on your question and how you asked it, that the women in your company trust that you're gonna do something about it. When you build that trust with your team, even when these little things happen, they trust that you're gonna go and do something. The problem comes when I don't trust that my team members have my back or that they care about how I feel in that space, and that's where you're excelling at.
Thank you.
I know we're just about out of time, but I kind of want to say what she said. Like, sounds like you are doing the best that you can and you're on the right direction. One of the first companies I worked with, the owner had a giant trash can and put a poster on it that said HR. So you are eons above what a lot of people are doing. So thank you for what you're doing and for the respect and looking out for the people on your team, and I'm sure that they can feel that energy. You don't have a trash can, so.
Thank you so much, everybody. This has been such a pleasure. Please make sure to follow and support all of the ladies up here. Thank you so much, everybody. What a pleasure. And thank you to Marketing 2.0. I will say this is one of the most diverse conferences I've ever been to. It's been really beautiful to meet all different types of people. So thank you for the effort in this conference to begin with, and we will see you all soon.
Wonderful, ladies. Thank you so much for all of your insight and information. That was truly empowering and enlightening. Moving on now, we have a crucial speaker session lined up for you. It's on the topic Harnessing the Potential of Account-Based Marketing, or ABM, Big Success Within Small Teams. ABM challenges the traditional lead-based approach to marketing by identifying and targeting best-fit accounts that have the biggest revenue potential for your business. Without further ado, here to chat with us more about this, I invite on stage Dave Mackin, founder and creative director at Nexus 6, to discuss the in-depth potential of account-based marketing. Come on up. Round of applause. I don't know why that's a tongue twister for me.
How's it going, everyone? I know lunch is coming up, so you're all antsy, so I'll try to make this quick. We don't? Oh, it's a really good slide deck you're going to. No? Okay. So just tell somebody that click.
Do we have an extra clicker, guys, anywhere? Oh, we found it. Good job, Charlie.
So I just want to say that the last panel talked a lot about the imposter syndrome. Thank you. Thank you. And it's not just for you ladies. I woke up this morning and I put my shoes on and then realized I wasn't wearing pants. And so now I'm up here giving a keynote. So do I have any right to? And the fact, yes, because I'm wearing a t-shirt that says, "Trust me, I'm a keynote speaker." So that way you can know. That was the appropriate applause, thank you. So I'm gonna talk to you about account-based marketing. And first, I'll tell you a bit about me so you know why I'm talking about this and the fact that I even have a right to speak to it. I was in sales for a very long time. And I can attest to the fact that sales is really hard, right? I hate it. I don't deal with rejection very well. My feelings get hurt. And so how do we do this better, right? Because nobody likes to be told that they're a salesperson, right? It has that negative connotation. So attracting new clients can be really hard, right? So how do we do it? I don't know if you feel the same way, but about 90% of all the emails I get a day go straight into the trash, right? People find my email, I don't know where, but they're always trying to sell me something. I'm never interested. It's just this email from out of the blue. So I found this stat on Forbes. It's pretty interesting. You're exposed to about 4,000 to 10,000 ads a day, right? And so that's Marketing 2.0 conference, right? That's an ad. Any of the logos you see. And the human brain is really, really good at tuning static out, right? So you just go through life not even realizing you're being exposed to it. I mean, Vegas is a perfect example, right? There's so much stimulus and all these flashing lights, but you can still navigate your way through all of it to get to your hotel room, right? And not even think about it. So in a world like that, how do you stand out? Right? So it's static. Nobody can see the picture. This is a stat that if you've ever been in sales, your sales manager will always bring up over and over again. It's that it's 11 to 13 touches to break through, right? A lot of the times you're not getting through the first one. Which brings me to my next point, which is really important. Dating is hard. It's really hard. Like, I was single for a long time, and it wasn't due from a lack of effort. So there's me, circa 2002, right? And I was a numbers guy, right? So I saw a group of ladies. I'm like, I'm gonna play the numbers, right? Blind squirrel finds a nut occasionally, right? So I was just, hey, see if the spaghetti sticks. That's not a euphemism, it's poorly thought out. And then I saw her, my wife. So she was way out of my league. She's like exceptionally bright. She's well educated. She's a professional. I am who I am. So how do I break through, right? As I say, way too classy for me. So I developed a plan to specifically woo her, right? What's she interested in? What does she like, right? I'm not just gonna go with the old adage of I'm just gonna throw it to the wind and see if I can get a shotgun approach to this. No, I needed to be a sniper. So I trained. That's not me. I haven't worked out in probably about 41 years. So I found without saying it's cooler if I say it was like kind of more of a rom-com kind of scenario as opposed to like I was like looking her up on Facebook and trying to figure out what she liked and shit, because that's weird and creepy. But as you can see, the story is irresistibly wooed. As you can see, that's me doing the wooing. Yada, yada, yada. Beautiful babies. Right? So you're probably sitting to yourself, what the hell does this have anything to do with business? Why are you telling me about how you met your wife? Think of it about this way, right? You got your company. Your company is the time that gets hit on all the time. So you're thinking, hey, I'm really awesome. I got this fantastic story to tell. I'm gonna talk to them. They're gonna be like, wow, this guy's incredible. Right? Hey. But if you go about that approach, right, you're blending with everyone else that thinks they're super cool and has a great story to tell them. Hey, right? So, you make a plan to specifically woo that company with a nice little present, see? Company's in love with you, right? You put that little extra effort in, you stand out from everyone else. Which reminds me of another point. Conflict is hard, right? And that comes with sales. Sales is conflict. You want to sell something to somebody who has no desire to speak to you. Like the Trojans. You know, Paris famously kind of liked Helen. So they sent a bunch of people to Sparta and grabbed Helen and made their way back. It's always about a girl, right? So the Spartans didn't like it. They said, hey, Trojans, we want Helen back. As you can see, the Trojans bugger off. So this lasted for 10 years, right? If you read the story, the Spartans lay siege to the city of Troy for 10 years. Didn't get anywhere. Why? Because they had their barriers up, right? They're not going to let them through. They're like, piss off. So the Spartans are like, oh, well, let's make a new plan. Show back up in a big-ass horse, right? I think we all know the story. They're like, oh, what? They're gone, but now there's this huge horse here. Lovely, bring it in. Boom, conflict resolution. Right? Again, how the hell does this apply to business? Your company's putting up barriers, right? That's what they do, right? They're all behind it. They don't want salespeople to get through. And I'm sure you all know this, right? So again, how do you break down those barriers? How do you get that initial conversation to start and say, hey, we're not so bad, right? We're not here. And how do you kind of whittle that time frame down from 10 years to maybe, a week or two? You come up with a ploy of getting behind their defenses, bringing that down. So here's some real world examples that we've worked on. We had a fancy hotel chain that was coming to town, the town being Des Moines, where my agency operates. So we said, how are we going to get in front of them? So we found out who the decision maker was and took these little chocolates and embossed them with our logo and the company that was coming to town, their logo. And we sent a little note. Working with us is cooler than the other side of the pillow. Right? So, and a client of ours, she calls and says, hey, I want to target podiatrists, right? Podiatrists being the doctors that work on feet. How can she set herself aside from everyone else? Because she's in medical billing, right? Medical billing in itself is about as boring as it sounds, right? So how do we change that? And how do we get something in front of that decision maker that makes them stand out and say, huh, all right, I'm listening. So we sent him a print. We sent him this print, had a little tab, and you could pull it, and the foot would go up and down and say, we're stomping out billing inefficiencies. Podiatrists have a sense of humor. They loved it, right? So, why implement account-based marketing? You stand out in the crowd, right? Obviously this room is an indication, regardless of what you guys are doing, there's about 1 million people that are doing the same thing and saying they're awesome at doing it, right? But if you can get in and break those barriers and just stand out and say, hey, we're doing something totally different, they're gonna take notice. And then it also lowers those defenses when it comes to those sales calls. You're not getting a cold call out of the blue just saying, first thing out of your mouth is, hey, I'm selling this. I'd like you to buy it, right? If you show that you've put that little bit of extra effort in, you've gotten to know them, and then kind of slid it in there as a, hey, wow, this really resonates with me. Now I'm gonna listen. As I say, those tower defenses, they come down. It shows people you care enough to actually put that extra effort in, as opposed to just whipping up a generic, insert first name here, kind of cold email that just goes out to a blanket list on the spreadsheet. And that is me. That's Nexus 6. I started the company 5.5 years ago. I felt there was a real disconnect between current marketing with being digitally focused. It was so tech-based, and oh, there's 1 million people that went and visited your site, but nobody was really talking about, well, how many people actually reached out. So the Nexus 6 model is actually from Blade Runner, because I'm a nerd, and it was kind of this perfect blend of technology and that human element. So we designed the agency to be that perfect blend of technology, but also not forgetting that marketing is bringing people together. And then our tagline is "Don't suck," because we try not. That's kind of our motto in life and in business. So I told you I'd be quick because it was lunch and you're probably all fading out, but I'm definitely open for questions. I think we got some extra time, if anybody has any.
What's up, Dave?
How's it going?
Yeah, great presentation.
Thank you.
Hilarious. I'm sure everybody can agree. Thanks for keeping us entertained before lunch. You had mentioned that you pinpointed the decision maker when sending the chocolates.
Yes.
What strategies would you recommend for finding decision makers? Thanks.
Yeah. LinkedIn is awesome. It takes some digging, and obviously there's some paid options, but LinkedIn's great to kind of drill down to those title-based kind of positions to find out exactly who you're looking for. Or just kind of doing your research on the website, going through, finding out who it is. Also just kind of reaching out to your network as well to say, hey, do you know who in the organization? So, yeah.
Sorry about that. That was a long walk over here.
Oh, absolutely.
So, Dave, have you ever thought of a subscription-based model? What if I had the reverse problem? What if I had all the decision makers in my pocket and I just wanted to stand out amongst my competition? Is there something that I could work out with you? And I guess it's not a question for everybody, but I got the mic. So if there's something that we could work out where you could do that for our brand and communicate, because I love your style. It's absolutely funny, it's exciting, it's exactly what we're looking for.
Awesome.
Would you be interested in something like that?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, our whole focus is helping people tell their story, right? So as opposed to regurgitating what you do is to find that compelling narrative, and that's what we do for sure. I'd love to talk, yeah.
Fantastic.
Thanks, dude.
Thank you.
So, love the presentation. Thank you. I hate PowerPoints, but I really enjoyed yours. So the question that I've got is, when you say you help people tell their story, is the example of stomping out billing problems and the working with us is better than the other side of the pillow? Are those examples of telling their story? Or is there, I can see those as great engagement devices. Do those engagement devices result in inbound calls, or how do you follow up on that? And how much more is there, and what is there more to telling the story in the unique way that you obviously create?
For sure, thank you. So I'm a strong believer in the fact that, well, I said facts, but people don't care about facts, right? I could have sat up here and gave you a bunch of stats and all this kind of jazz. Nobody would have cared, nobody would have remembered. So when we talk about storytelling, that's the first point. So that's kind of introduce a story, get them interested, because it's going to be something that they remember. But for a lot of the pieces that we do, it'll direct to a landing page specific for that campaign. So now that we've got through and we've got their attention to say, oh, they're interested enough to then take that next step, which is now a landing page, which is kind of the second chapter in the story, to tell them more about us, more about what we do, or in the case of the billing efficiency, as one, they scan a QR code or go to the site, and now they're learning all of that kind of middle of the funnel content of why we're kind of thought leaders, why we're specialties, what we do, and all that kind of content there. Because again, right off the bat, we don't want to overload people, right? Obviously everybody already knows this, but when your content, it's paragraphs, sentences better, but like bullet forms. People zone you out really quick. So you tell them a compelling story, whether it's graphical, just something like, oh, okay, caught my attention. Now, if they're interested enough to take the next one, bam, then you start kind of labeling all of that meatier kind of information through to kind of that contact form that's linked to, for more information or downloading in, this digital ebook. Fill this form out, boom. Now you've got the contact information, and then, that's another kind of buying signal that, okay, they're interested enough to not only have gone to the landing page, but now they're actually filled out the form, you have their contact details, and now you can start, you know that it got them interested enough at that point.
Do you create all of that unique content, or is it just the content that anybody can see if they went to that site?
No, it's always unique, that page. So every campaign has its own unique, where it's not linked to the main nav on the site. It's separate to that, so it speaks to every piece of that campaign is kind of layered on top of each other and all linked together. So exactly, I sent this to them, they came to the site, they filled out the form, downloaded the ebook for more information, but that's all within this silo of that campaign.
If you had 10 prospects like that, you'd have 10 different non-listed silos with all of that.
Absolutely, yeah. So you can do kind of industry-specific landing pages and then send everybody in that industry to that one specific one. Or you can just target one large actual named client and have everything very customized for them. So it's a very customized experience. Awesome. Anyone else? Everybody's looking to go to lunch. I can't blame you. Cool. Well, we've got extra time, so I don't have a number for you to text and get a prize, but I have stickers. One of our big things is that we offer our no bullshit GOAT guarantee. It's our way of saying to our clients that we're never going to sell you something just because that's the flavor of the month and that's what we want to really push. Everything that we do has to have some kind of ROI based around it. And if we can't put together a plan that we truly believe is actually going to have a return, connect people with people, we're not going to suggest it, right? And we say no bullshit. Cool. Well, that's me. Again, any questions? I'm more than happy to help, but awesome. Thank you, everyone.
I think we can all agree Dave gets the award for most entertaining PowerPoint in today's show so far. Great job. And with that, guys, it is time for lunch. We will see you back in 60 minutes for more fun, more awards, and a whole lot more interesting things coming up this afternoon. So 60 minutes, we'll see you in the lunchroom. Have fun.
a businesswoman. I am a businesswoman. I've seen women start up businesses with less than $1, and they've transformed their life. I am a business.
Raise your hand up straight.
Let's go.
You can really be a great trainer.
somewhere. Well, let's do this. Does anybody not have their phone? Here is a picture of pretty lady and a cute little baby. Baby looks like they're wearing a little beanie. Anybody's? Oh, it's your phone? Oh, wonderful. Well, glad we got it. Okay, thank you. Glad we got that taken care of. Okay, guys, welcome back. Hope you had a lovely lunch and are having some wonderful conversations. I am enjoying this journey so much with all of you and just meeting some really great people. So hope the experience for you as well has just been impactful and amazing and enlightening. We are going to continue on with our afternoon. We will now draw our attention to the latest trend of the industry, influencer marketing. Over the years, influencer marketing has grown and taken an important spot when it comes to the online success of businesses, of course, with all of our social media and websites, YouTube, what have you. To shed light on how influencers have creative marketing strategies to market themselves as well as the product, widening the scope of creativity, we have Matthew Wingett, CMO at the Affiliate Pros here. He's going to speak on the topic, influencer marketing, win-win collaboration to online success. Please give him a nice warm welcome.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. Just forgot to mention that my partner, Sarah Lynn Schur, will be presenting with me as well. So I hope that's okay with you guys. So as I mentioned, this is Sarah Lynn Schur. My name is Matt Wingett, and we are the founders of the Affiliate Pros. And what we do at the Affiliate Pros is we specialized in growing, managing, and starting affiliate programs of various sizes.
And I've been in the affiliate industry for about 8 years, and I've worked from B2B, B2C, from small companies to very, very, very large companies with an affiliate program that had 14 employees just for one program. So after this presentation, if anyone has any questions, happy to answer them, happy to help put input or anything to help your program as well.
And we're so excited to share with you kind of our secret sauce for influencer marketing and how you can make your program a win-win collaboration for your online success. And so to begin, we want to talk about giant pumpkin farmers. And bear with me, I know you didn't come here to become master farmers. However, the book written by Mike Michalowicz, who wrote The Pumpkin Plan, relates the process that giant pumpkin farmers go through to grow award-winning pumpkins to the process of growing a very successful marketing channel or business. So I recommend you read that book if you haven't yet. One of the most world-renowned pumpkin farmers is Wallace. Oops, wrong button. Is Wallace here. Wallace has mastered the practice of growing large, award-winning pumpkins. He's broken several world records, and he's so famous, in fact, that he is able to sell each individual seeds of his award-winning pumpkin for over $6,000. And when I heard that, that just blew my mind. I would not buy a pumpkin seed for $6,000, but that's just me. And so the process that Wallace goes through is first he starts with an award-winning pumpkin seed. Can't grow a giant pumpkin without award-winning seed. He then plants a seed into fertile soil that has taken him months or even years to prepare, put in compost, manure, it's very nutritious. He then plucks all the weeds, makes sure there's no direct sunlight, and make sure it's protected from birds, insects, etc. Wallace then waits 4 to 6 weeks as the seed begins to grow, several different pumpkins, and at the end of that period, he inspects every single pumpkin, depending on size, color, shape, and decides which one is going to be his award winner. After he's made that decision, he cuts off all the other pumpkins, so all the nutrients sucked up from the roots to the vine are concentrated on that one pumpkin. And legend says you are literally able to watch that pumpkin seed grow, or that pumpkin grow, 20 to 50 pounds a day. So it's astounding. And so affiliate marketing, you've probably heard it called by several different names, such as influencer marketing, partner, brand ambassador, partner, and whatever you call it, affiliate marketing can and will be your big pumpkin idea. So some statistics to make you more familiar with where the industry is today. 81% of brands already have an established affiliate marketing program. And of those 81 brands, they attribute at least 15% of their annual revenue to their affiliate channels alone. And that is a pretty conservative percentage. Saralyn has worked with several companies where it's upwards of 60% of their annual revenue. And so just imagine any company could really benefit from that big jump or that increase of revenue. Currently, it is a $12 billion industry, and according to Statistica, it is supposed to more than double by the year 2024. So it is really growing because of Meta, because of new social media platforms. It's growing rapidly. And a side note here, we'll teach you today, your affiliate program can and will be your lowest cost per acquisition channel if done correctly. These other last two statistics, I am definitely a sucker for. 85% of consumers research at least 4 or more sites before committing to making a purchase. So obviously that limits your odds of them committing and actually purchasing your product or service because they're comparing you to competitors and other brands. To help combat that and increase your odds, 72% of all Instagram users have made an unplanned purchase after viewing an ad or review from one of their favorite influencers. And I have fallen into that many times, trust me, and afterwards, my wife gets mad at me because it was not a necessary purchase. So be aware of that. Those influencers' reviews are very beneficial for your company. When I see an influencer review, my trust in that brand and my motivation to purchase it goes up and skyrockets.
So I like to say that the affiliate program is the Oprah of marketing. You get growth, you get growth, you get growth. Because if you have a really healthy influencer program, you see an increase in organic, you see brand recognition and brand reputation. So say I'm scrolling through Instagram and I see lots of ads for a product, and then I see an ad on Facebook. If that seed's already been planted, I'm more likely to purchase. So really, overall, if you have a really healthy influencer program, you will see growth in all other channels. It also is very low risk for the most part, right? So if you look at a lot of referral on Instagram, I'm not just saying, here's $15,000, go put it on a Facebook ad, let's do some testing. I'm saying, I will pay you when something happens, right? So always has the lowest CACs because I'm paying a commission or a percentage on the purchase, not just taking some risky move. Mind you, that does take into account if you do any upfront costs for influencers. It could obviously be more risky, but overall, it is very, very healthy to have a low CAC and a low risk plan. You also get a high quality of users. So like I said, you're planting that seed. So by the time that the person comes to the end of the funnel, they're really sold, right? It doesn't even matter really what you say at that point. They're pretty much decided, which is great. And there's a lot of different types of affiliates. So they are going to completely depend on your industry, on your website. So if you find the right audience and the right target, that's how you're going to be successful. So that's everywhere from content, right? Review sites. Look at what kind of Google keywords do people find me on? Look up that and see not the ads from your competitors, but what organic listings are showing up from different influencers, different blogs, different review sites, right? Those are the ones that you want to target as far as content goes. And then there's also referral. I've seen programs do really healthy refer a friend, but it's entangled into their affiliate program. So that's pretty much the same thing. There's also like coupons and cashbacks if that's part of your industry. And then of course, the influencers, which is becoming a big, big part of the industry. It's kind of the unavoidable thing that we have to now start going into. And so we're going to talk a little bit more about that. So influencers, okay? It is kind of it's scary water, I will admit. Sometimes they're a little intimidating. They're very hard to predict. You can talk to an influencer with 5,000 followers and they're going to ask for $20,000, or an influencer with 1 million and they'll say, yeah, you can pay me like 1,000, right? So it's going to have a wide range, and so you have to treat each one individually like their own person. However, you want to make sure that the deal is fair. I would always try to approach it of, I'm not going to rip them off, I'm not going to try to be shady, because they also have a platform. So if you rip them off, they will tell everybody about it, and that is not good. That has happened. Companies have gone viral because they were called up by an influencer who said that they try to rip me off. So if you're honest and upfront about it and try to make it a win-win on both sides, you're pretty safe. Just don't be shady. That's pretty much it. But there's a lot of different tactics for influencers. So I've worked with some companies where they're like, just throw money at them, okay? Just offer them $10,000 for a video, that's all I care about. Like, okay, well there's other ways we can go about it where we don't have to pay them $10,000 up front, where you don't have to have a giant budget. We could actually work out a referral program, right? For example, you can offer them a CPA, right? So say they're saying, you have to pay me $10,000. Like, well, I would love to make this a long-term partnership, right? And if you say those type of keywords, they are more receptive to it, and you say, how about I pay you $2,000 up front, and then $5 for every time someone downloads the app that you're talking about and uses code Sarah Lynn, or you can give them the code that's their name or their handle. And sometimes they're really into that because, again, videos, especially like on TikTok or Instagram, sometimes they can go viral after they're a year old, right? And so it's not a one and done. You're saying you could get residual revenue for long term by having your custom coupon code out there no matter when the video is seen. So that's a really good negotiation tactic. As well as, okay, $10,000 for a video. What if we do a series? What if we do 2 or 3? Can you negotiate that down a little bit more? And then same thing with social collab with the brand account. I'll talk more about that in the next slide, but hey, what if we share you? What if we actually feature you on our next post for our company, right? Let's help you get exposure. There's a lot more than just one and done. There's a lot of negotiating tactics, and of course, free product, right? If it is an actual physical product, sometimes if you give that to them for free, they won't even charge you for posting, right? So I really try to do the free product and a custom coupon code, and that usually is a huge success builder. Plus, I also like the coupon code option because there's an influencer who tried to charge us a lot, and I said, how about we give you a free product instead, and we give you a coupon code, and she said, okay, let's try it. And before you knew it, she was making a lot in commission from her coupon code, and so she started posting organically for us. I wouldn't even ask. She would just go, oh, I'm making a ton of money from this product. You know what? I'm going to include it in my next post. Just organically, and that's what we mean by long-term partnership, right? We want to build those with our brands, not a one and done, they forget about us, but true brand ambassadors. They will promote you organically and talk about you organically and just really be a fan of your product. So this one is something that's actually fairly new. I learned about it a couple months ago, and so I wanted to share this because it's really exciting. It is called whitelisting. Maybe I'm just really out of touch and I just learned about it, but it blew my mind. So on TikTok specifically, there is a way that you can whitelist. What this means is the affiliate or the TikTok user posts a video. They then give your team a code, and your team, your TikTok ads team, can put that video in an ad. But if you see that video, that picture right there, it looks like it's from them. Okay? So what that means is someone's scrolling through TikTok, and if you look on the far right, you see ads all the time from companies, right? This one is a little bit sneakier, where it looks like your favorite influencer. If you go and if you click on the arrow on the right side, oh, it has a laser pointer. Okay, if you look right there, if you click on that, it takes you to their account. If you click on that, also takes you to their account. You click on this as well, you follow them. I'm not sure if you're familiar with TikTok, but that's how it works. But then right there, sponsored. That's the only way that tells you that it's actually a paid ad. So what this is it actually has a higher conversion rate than regular company ads. And I've reached out to a lot of influencers and I explain this to them. And I say, hey, if you make us a video, we will actually pay our money to get you followers and get you views. Let me tell you, that opens doors like you would not believe. I've had influencers who were like, well, I charged $20,000 and this and this and this, and I brought this up. Next thing you know, wow, they were willing to do stuff for free. Not even joking. Because they know that overall, influencers, they want followers, they want views, they want fans. And so if you are going to spend your own money to help get them that, they're all for it. And like I said, we have higher conversion rates with these whitelist ads versus our own company promos. So definitely look into this some more. Like I said, you also get to work with your other channels and you get to help your TikTok and your ad people. And I think there's also a way to do it on Instagram and Facebook and whatnot, but TikTok's really the one where it's a next level thing. Instagram, if it's not there, will probably follow suit, as they do. Let me see. I don't know if that's the next one.
Cool. And so as you're working with these influencers and building those relationships, you need to make a very solid relationship. Because imagine if it's your best friend, they'll do anything for you versus a stranger. And how you do that is like any other relationship, best friend, spouse, child, is you want to set expectations with them. You want them to understand your company's goals, your motives, your mission, and then vice versa. Listen to them. Listen to what they expect of your organization, what they expect to be paid, and make sure that your goals unify with each other, are in the same direction. And you can work with that. You can work with them, make sure that their goals or match your vision or vice versa. And communicate with them. Treat the influencers like they're humans instead of just a marketing channel. Work with them. See what kind of roadblocks they're running into. See what kind of collabs you guys can do together to benefit the program for you and them. And continuously see how their traffic's going.
Can I add something too?
Of course.
And remember that they are content creators, meaning let them create the content. I've seen some people where they try to, the influencer says, sure, I'll work with you. And they go, okay, here is a 5-page doc of everything you need to mention and what you can't mention and what you should do, which that works for some. But if you want to work with influencers, they know their audience, they know their brand, they know how they got to 500,000 followers. So if you say, hey, here's what we are, how do you think we would fit with your audience? And let them create it. They feel like you trust them, and then it's going to convert better than if you told them exactly what to do and it's nothing like their brand, right? So let them be the content creators. Obviously have some say. Oftentimes they say, yeah, send me the script, and I might, oh, can you say this instead, or make sure you say this. But overall, let them have that creative control.
100%, because the influencers you follow, you can tell if they're being fake. They're like, also purchase this product because I'm getting paid to do so. Don't do that. Follow up with them as well. Like Sarah Lynn mentioned, make sure the content is quality content. Make sure it matches your expectations, but again, let the influencer be themselves. Let them put their personality into that promotion. And be transparent. That is key. An influencer can tell if you're being unethical, sketchy, or trying to rip them off from a mile away, and they'll drop your brand very quickly and ruin your reputation. An additional one I added up there that I believe is very important is seasonal promotions. Again, to add that validity to the influencer that they are a valid form of marketing, let them know months in advance of your seasonal promotions, so that way it gives them time to come up with ideas for their content, their videos. And so they are able to post right when the promotion is live. And when they feel that validation and they realize that you value their opinion and value them by giving them knowledge in advance, they'll go the extra mile for you. And it creates a compounding effect that the results show.
And that's what I mentioned about creating that long-term partnership. If you have influencers who are your actual fans, right, not one and done, when you have a sale or you have a new product launch, you have a whole list of people you can go to right away to get the word out, right? And like I said, if they are getting paid like a residual or something, it could be very, very affordable. But again, like great, you have a list of people to go to for anything who love your brand and you know will do well with it.
And so to tie it in with the pumpkin plan that I mentioned earlier, you first begin with your seed, which is your company's strengths and weaknesses, knowing what makes you different from your competitors enough so you're able to communicate that effectively to your affiliates. Then you want to plant that into your fertile soil, which is your network. You want to recruit influencers from all different varieties. And then don't just stick to your network, to your category, your niche. Explore. For example, Sarah and I work with a client currently whose products are in the baby industry. We then reached out to several influencers in the outdoor space of camping, and it ended up being one of the largest traffic sources for that client. And so we grew that network even more. So don't knock it. Don't be afraid to branch out and try. The thing with influencer marketing is it's very, like the slide said, it's a majestic beast. You never know exactly which niche or category will be the most profitable for you. And then you want to also pluck the weeds after you've planted that seed. And the weeds are distracted as like cost opportunities. For those influencers that want to be paid up front before they post, avoid them as much as possible. Yes, in some instances it is profitable, but more than not, it will drown your program quicker than anything else. Also, the influencer won't be as committed to the relationship because it'll be more like a business deal rather than continuously posting, making sure that your company's succeeding as well. So avoid those, pick those out. As your pumpkins begin to grow, like the different categories you started to build, decide which pumpkin is going to be your award winner. Which category, like the outdoor camping space for our one client, is your award winner pumpkin. Then cut off all other pumpkins and put all your effort towards that. And I guarantee you, if you do that, you will literally be able to watch your pumpkin or your program grow bigger than you would expect. And I touched on this briefly, but what will really make a difference is, again, don't stick only to your market listing or your marketplace. That is the number one beginner's mistake. It really limits you and stunts your potential. And as you reach out to new affiliates, be friendly. Don't try to sound like a large company. If you sound like a smaller, neighborhood-friendly company, you'll receive a lot more response and influencers willing to work with you on a cost per acquisition basis. And don't be afraid to work with smaller influencers. And when I mean smaller, like 100,000 or less. The perk of working with smaller influencers is you're able to mold them into the promoter that you want, rather than someone that's already established. And again, work within your keywords, branch out of your keywords, make sure they support your keywords, so it also increases your SEO and your Google ranking. And also work within your marketplace, like branch out, but also work within your marketplace. And so, as we move into questions, Sarah and I have put our contact information up here, and we would be more than happy to answer any questions or concerns that we didn't address today or we won't. And also, if you have any questions, reach out. We'll be more than happy to answer your questions, even if you don't become one of our clients, just because we want to help you contribute to the industry as much as possible. And I promise you, it's not going to be like a sales pitch. I hate those companies where you reach out once and they bug you, wanting to sell you. Not going to be us, I promise you. While on the other hand, as I mentioned earlier, we do manage programs. So if you want to avoid the headache of building the program from scratch for yourself, or you want a more cost-effective method than growing a whole team to get you started, reach out to us and we would be more than happy to open negotiations and see if our companies would be a good fit for each other and would be a long-term benefit for us both.
Any questions?
You guys have like a database of companies that have already signed up to receive affiliates?
Yeah, so like clients that we've worked with.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't, we have, I mean, I can share them with you if you want to email me. I typically just try to go with what your industry is. But yeah, there's been a lot of different ones in like the technology space. I've done a lot of B2B, a lot of web hosting. We've actually worked with a few HR softwares as well as in the B2C. There's a few like Mobby products we've been really excelling on. So if there's any specific industry, there's usually someone we've worked with. It's kind of, it's far and few between, if that makes sense.
If you're like a content creator, could you get a hold of a database?
Oh, sorry, do you mean like the affiliates?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah, so that's a lot what we do is with our agency, because we try to work with different type of partners, when you come in right away, we already have a list of probably 50 in your industry that we've worked with hand in hand. And that's why sometimes it's quicker to go with an agency versus maybe hiring somebody who's brand new unless they're in a previous industry. So yeah, we already have we have groups of people that we reach out to.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I have a question. How would you get an influencer to post organically in the financial sector? Like you said, give free stuff, but I mean, I can't hand out free money. So how would you do that?
Yeah, so it depends. One of the clients I've been working with these TikTok campaigns is in the finance side, actually. And so it's part of the negotiation tool, right? So contacting them to kind of ask what the rate is. If you can give some type of free product, like a free membership or whatever, if not, it's negotiating, right? So give them a coupon code or a promo code that they can get something for free, right? Or I'll pay you $5 every time somebody goes here, or I'm gonna pay you $100 every time somebody fills out this lead form that you refer, right? So it's a lot of that negotiating. You might have to give some up front, but like I said, you can heavily negotiate down, or that whitelisting thing. That's what we tried with that finance side, actually. And so we got, like, there's a company called, like, New Money Nate. He was charging like $10,000. I got him down to only 2, and he's gonna make 2 videos for us, and we're whitelisting it, right? So it's all about that negotiating, because some of them are gonna be very, I'm so important, and I make so much money, and so it's just good to have those tools in your back pocket, but there might be some that is up front. Unfortunately, that is kind of the situation with TikTok influencers. But you can sign up for the TikTok marketplace, and a lot of them actually do have their prices listed out, and even then know that it is negotiable. But it's a good way to kind of weed out if you like go to the filter, type in finance or money, and then put I only want to pay maybe $1,000, or there are some that are free for like perks. You can totally filter that out in the creative marketplace.
And to kind of just add on that, also make sure the influencer knows that you're putting skin in the game, that you're taking risk by working with them. And so they don't feel like they're putting all the risk themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions?
I was just curious on platforms for finding influencers. So like I've used Trends.io, it was like, okay. I liked Billo, which isn't influencers, but I could get like UGC from it and stuff like that. Just wondering if there's any that you recommend, because I've had like hit or miss depending on the platform.
Honestly, maybe I'm just different, but I like going straight to like the source of the platform, just because, I mean, TikTok Marketplace is fairly new. So before you had to go to those platforms, but I've honestly just found people outside of those platforms. So for example, YouTube, find people you want to work with YouTube. They have their contact information. You can only access like 10 a day, but you can get those. Instagram, I've just DM'd people, because we have worked with like those type of platforms, but I always found they're really expensive.
And then the people might be looking already for like the bigger deal, thinking they're worth more than they are.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I've honestly never found somebody there that I couldn't find on my own, if that makes sense. It's just more of like a lazy way to go about it. So if you're trying to save money, I'm like, just start Googling, right? For me, I'm at TikTok at night. That's when I go, oh, great, and I'll just send it to myself to go back the next day for work and contact them myself. So I don't really have one that I highly recommend. I just say go straight to the source personally.
And then how about affiliate, like for like e-com brands? Is that CJ, Share, Sale? Like those are kind of the bigger.
I really like Impact. that's the OG, really, just because for me, a lot of affiliates are currently in that network. For example, there is a network we're working in called Everflow, and it's a new upcoming one, and that's great, but I have found a couple big sites will not go to Everflow, because they're like, I own 10 big sites, and I'm in these 5 networks. Why would I join another one just for your company? So I really like Impact. PartnerStack is one that's up and coming. A lot of really cool companies have joined there. CJ's also great. Those are also standard, but my personal favorite, please don't tell people this, is Impact and PartnerStack.
Yeah, thank you.
I did say that.
Of course.
Any more questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, so informative. Thank you so much, Sarah Lynn and Matt. Oh, thank you, and the clicker. Such an important part of this day and tomorrow, isn't it? Okay, so our next amazing panel coming up, continuing this learning streak, we're going to move on over to what is very interesting. It's on the subject, focus on customer retention, loyalty, and advocacy. Interesting because it has to do with money, of course, like everything else in marketing, making that money, keeping that money, all that good stuff. Experts suggest that a strong customer retention rate can lead to improved customer loyalty and advocacy, leading to higher revenue for businesses. Panelists in this session will discuss the importance of consumer relationships and so much more. To tell us more about this, let me invite to the stage Duke Merhavi, President and Chief Marketing Officer and Fractional CMO in Marketing. The stage is yours, Duke. Come on up. Come on up as well, guys. You can all introduce yourselves. Come on up. All right. Round of applause for these guys. Especially right after lunch, huh?
Mic check. Hello, everyone. So our topic is customer retention, loyalty, and advocacy. Before we start, I'll introduce myself and have everybody else introduce themselves. I'm Dr. Duke Merhavi. I'm the founder of Fractional CMO in Marketing. I started that company almost 8 years ago after spending a couple of decades as CMO, VP of Marketing and Sales, Director of Marketing in different companies, different industries, large and small, and then decided to go out to the marketplace and offer small and medium-sized companies the level of service that we give big companies only on a part-time basis. So that's what we do. Tristan?
Thank you. My name is Tristan Helm. I'm the CEO of Helm Mastery, which is just my fancy affiliated way of saying, you know, hey, this is what I do. I've worked with people that were mentally handicapped. Worked in a jail for quite a while, and worked with children that were in state custody. And then I moved on to mental illness, and I realized that they had some very similar components all dealing with it. So I kind of started Helm Mastery just as a way to help people shift parts of their life to create a better outcome. So,
my name is Moira Olivel. I am the CEO and founder of Moira Holistic Wellness. I'm a licensed mental health counselor, so I'm in a good place sitting with people that's focusing on health and wellness. Anything about health and wellness, I am passionate about it. I'm a life coach, author, best-selling author of 5 books, and also I have a TV show at JD Tweet TV, Mindful Yes. Yes with double S, by the way, so you don't confuse that. It's mindfulness, but mindful yes. So what I focus on is about helping individuals understand their health is their responsibility. People tend to give so much power to their healthcare providers. And what I do is empower them, educate them. This is your responsibility, this is your job. So what I do, I provide you the knowledge, the education, the tools, and whether you're dealing with any kind of mental health or physical health. I'm doing my PhD and doctorate right now in integrative medicine. So it encompasses everything, mind, body, and spirit. So I don't think one is good without the other.
I'm Nathan Hawks, and I am the founder and president of Arcane Marketing. We are a digital marketing agency, a full service, but there are really 5 things that we focus on. It's just SEO, PPC, social media, web development, and videography. And I've been in the digital marketing world for about 15 years now, and it seems like I've done it all and seen it all and helped everyone from, you know, mom and pop shops to the top 10 companies in the US with various consulting pieces. So, yeah.
My name is Jeremy Luther. My wife and I started Altitude Exhibits back in 2012. We design and build trade show exhibits, and we are completely full service to managing exhibits after the fact, shipping. We've recently been nominated for over 9 awards within our industry trade show that's coming up here in a couple months, which is super exciting for us because we did take about 1.5 years off because of COVID, but we've rebounded very, very nicely. We've got a lot of loyal customers to us, and you know, it's one of those things that we love to do, and it's good to be back in front of people and actually being relevant again in the trade show world.
Very good, thank you. First question to the panel. Can you give me an example of what you do in your business to encourage customer loyalty and retention? Tristan, you want to start?
Oh, you're going to put the spotlight on me. I was trying to be the gentleman, let somebody else say it. So I do a lot of networking, and I was speaking with my marketing strategist, somebody that is very close to me. We've been friends for very long. Her name is Lacey Carell. She's over there. If you have not had a chance to meet her, she is worth talking to and more. But the way she had worded it was just like, wow, yes. She said, whenever you treat your customer like a transaction, they're going to keep moving on. But when you treat them like a person and you build that relationship, they trust you, they're going to stay around. And that residual of that they feel like they are valued when they're with you, and that's at least that's the way I would answer that, is just the way you treat them and that loyalty that they have. And that's why they stay, is because it's more than just, okay, I give you my product, you give me your money.
Very good. Anybody else can give us an example of what they do to get customer retention and loyalty?
One of the things Tristan said is that you treat your customers in a way that make them feel good. What I do is that I offer my customers a unique, individualized way, attention. We are in an attention-seeking economy. So the moment you can focus on your customers and make them feel you are here for them and you give them full access, guess what? They don't abuse you, and I give them full access to me. They have my phone number, they have everything about me, and I have never found one person that abuses this power to just having contact with me. So I think I give them full access knowing I'm here for you no matter what.
I'd say in our business, with running a digital marketing agency, a piece that has been super important is I started an agency back in 2007, and it's not the agency that I run today, but I saw a lot of the flaws that agency had in communication and customer retention. In fact, I think that their retention length at one point was like 5 or 6 months, and about every 5 or 6 months, pretty regularly, they had churn with their clients. I have a philosophy that is that people don't do business with businesses, people do business with people. And, you know, one thing that is a big deal to me is making sure that the client knows exactly what it is that the value that we provide, why they hire a company like us to help them out. And if I don't show them that time and attention, then sometimes that can be rough. So one of the things that we've set up in our agency is we have, and it's probably similar to a lot of other agencies, but account managers. And in their roles and responsibilities, the primary function that they hold, the highest priority, is to have a relationship with our clients. So they have, like, we have some minimum guidelines for them, like they have to have conversation with them at least twice a month. They have to be able to accurately talk about what's happening, what the reporting is, what the next steps are, etc. And it's amazing how much of an impact that has. Look, we're not a perfect agency. We make mistakes all the time, and I'd say that we've learned from a lot of those mistakes. But what's great is that even when we have a good relationship with our clients, when those mistakes do happen, and they do, the client is a lot more passive about it and like, well, that's okay. We can do better this next month, or let's just make sure that doesn't happen again. And so we kind of get that free pass, if you will. So it's a big deal to have a relationship with somebody. And I keep hearing this flying around the last couple months. I don't know how new it is, but I only heard it about 2 months ago. But everybody knows the golden rule, right? That's, you want to treat somebody the way they want, that you want them, or excuse me, you would treat people the other way they want to be treated. And lately people have been talking about the platinum rule. And that platinum rule is that you treat them the way they expect to be treated. And so we talk about that a lot in our agency the last couple months. It seemed to have a good impact.
Very good. Jeremy, do you have anything to add to this?
Yeah, I mean, we really, we bend over backwards for our customers. They're our number one driver, and, client retention is by far away our biggest selling point. We go to every single trade show. There's too many variables out there that can screw up having a perfect show. Lost freight, I&D teams not showing up, broken products. I've seen literally a Freeman's a show decorator. We'll just call him a show decorator. Literally drive over a portion of our booth. And if we weren't there to rectify the situation, to go out and get a new graphic, things would have been awful, and we could have lost a 7-figure client. So it's just one of those things that we do for every single one of our customers, no matter what it's 10 by 10, 10 by 20, $20,000 exhibit, $500,000 exhibit. We go to every single show to make sure that everything is perfect all of the time, and our clients respect us for it.
Very good, thank you. The only thing I would like to add to this, and both Nathan and Jeremy have alluded to it, or implicitly anyway, we don't treat our clients as customers, we treat them as clients, and there is a distinction in the terminology. Customer tends to be more of a short-term, very transactional type of relationship. With a client, there is a long-term loyalty from both sides. And I think it is important, and I try to do that with, or try to teach that to our clients where they do have long-term relationships, or at least want to have good long-term relationships with their customers, that we want them to be clients. I want to switch over to advocacy, and the term is used a lot. What does it mean to you? What do you think customer advocacy refers to, and how do you participate? Go ahead.
Well, I probably have a comment on most of these things. Advocacy, to me, is probably a bigger word, I think, than people give it credit for. The reason I say that is because there's a reason why you're working with the companies that you're working with, in whatever aspect that is. And we have this philosophy at our agency that we're in existence. People hire us to solve a problem, and it might be lots of problems, or it might be just a single problem, but we're there to solve a problem. And so, the advocacy part is, how are we helping them to understand exactly what it is that we're doing, and how do we help them to see what the value that we provide. So advocacy is just, how are you connecting, really, I think, with your clients or with your customers, helping them feel like that you have a solution, or that you're offering them some kind of value.
Okay.
Just kind of want to piggyback on that. Show of hands, who in here has ever heard of D.D. Wong? Good show of hands. Is that it? You guys weren't in here earlier, whatever?
It was yesterday, yeah.
The point is that those of us who we've worked with D.D. Wong, whether side by side or we've hired her as a mentor, we know that at the end of the day, D.D. Wong has our back. Like, if nobody believes in me, I know D.D. does, period. And that advocacy of knowing that, hey, somebody supports me, somebody makes me feel special, somebody's there, and they got my back, is going to do a tremendous amount more than sometimes even what you can give them, just knowing that you're believed in. And so something that I do with every client of mine is like, what do you need from me, and what can I provide for you to make you know, so whenever you leave from our session, you feel better about yourself, you feel better about whatever I've given you, and that advocacy, again, that I got your back. If nobody believes in you, I know you can do this, and I believe in you.
Good. I want to add to this. I've always thought that one of the roles of the marketing team or marketing person in a company is to be the advocate of the customer, or the advocate of the client. There isn't typically anybody else within an organization that his or her role is what the customer or the client is looking for. And this is what marketing is all about, is identifying the needs, identifying the wants of the potential customer, and then meeting them. And marketing has a great opportunity to be that entity within the organization to represent what the customer needs. Sales does it to a degree, but we all know sales is actually part of marketing, at least in theory. but they have their own agenda. Sales sometimes has their own agenda. Marketing is often the only voice the customer has within an organization. Anybody else about this topic?
I hear this word and it's light me up because one of the most important thing I do with my patients, clients, it's make them understand they are the best advocate. So I empower them to become the best advocate because first of all, when I'm not here anymore with you, who's going to do it for you? Because I deal with health and wellness, I think when the patient comes to me, they always come very sick. So they are completely lost and they don't have, over the years, people to advocate for them. So sometime, for me, the first few steps is to start educating them on what you need from me. I'm your best advocate for now, but I'm educating you to become your best advocate because I can't replace you in your life when it's come to health and wellness. So you have to really learn to go to your medical doctor and say things about yourself. What do you want from your doctor? How to approach them so you can become that person you can feel good when you go, you don't feel powerless. Because this is most often what I realize that is missing. People are afraid to approach the medical doctors and say what they feel, what they think, because the doctor is your God and Savior. So when he say, take this medication, that's it. So I help them understand. Ask questions. What is it, the side effect? What's gonna happen if I do that? And then I feel this is actually have given me the best result. So they become so empowered to take the next steps so they can do the thing they need to do to stay and maintain a state of health.
I was going to say the same thing. She nailed it. Yeah, I mean,
That's good. That's good. I like that. I like what he said.
Jeremy, the next question, we'll start with you. It is often said that it's easier to sell to an existing customer or upgrade, you want fries with that, as opposed to getting a new customer. What do you feel is more important, customer loyalty and retention or business development and sales?
That's a really tough one for us because it's probably where we struggle the most within our company. You know, when you mentioned about account managers, is an account manager a sales rep? Are sales reps, account managers? At what point in time do they take a project and then turn it off over to a project manager? Obviously, I don't think we ever lost a customer at Altitude Exhibits. We really treat our guys that well. The hard part about what that does to our time is it doesn't clear up enough of it for us to go out and get new business. New business comes to us. I actually, I come from a sales background, not a marketing. I have a marketing degree, but I'm more of a salesman than anything. And we finally got to a point where we hired enough people to be able to grow to where I think we can potentially grow within the next 6 months. But I think that's one of those things where I have to start making cold calls again. It's something I love to do. It's something that a lot of people aren't comfortable with, but it's really one of the most effective tools that I've found, and one of the reasons why we were able to grow so quickly when we became incorporated in 2012 is because I like to be aggressive. It's one of those things that not a lot of people, like I said, my sales reps, they're not aggressive. But they're amazing with the clients. So, the clients love them. Everybody loves them, and they're fantastic at what they do. But at what point in time do you, separate a sales rep from an order taker?
So are you doing the sales and they're doing the retention?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Just like I said, most of our leads come through referrals. People see, the exhibits that we do, they see it on the show floor, they see, the awards that we win with, and if they like what they see, they're gonna come to us. Marketing is a very difficult situation in our industry for B2B. I know that there's some very large corporations that do a very, very good job of it and have marketing departments, but it's one of those things it's a struggle for, well, definitely for my company, and I think for a lot of companies out there, trying to regain trust that trade shows are returning when attendance is at 30 and 40%. So it's, it's one of those things where I have to start getting back into sales and start getting aggressive again in order to, try to find new business, because the retention is easy. That doesn't come hard to us whatsoever. It's the developing new business that's, I think, is a really difficult thing for us.
Okay. Anybody else? Sales versus customer retention, where to invest time and resources?
I invest a lot of time in my clients and my customers.
So the retention part of it?
The retention part of it, actually nobody can leave because I live on an island and I'm the person. I am it for you, by the way. So, just kidding. But the idea is that the way I treat my clients, you can't find this anywhere. Go out there and I give you the attention you need because I know I am attention seeking when I go to just getting my stuff done. I will bug you until I get it done. So instead of you bugging me to get it done, I made sure I giving you much more than what you really paid for. So I blow your mind, so you can't leave. Not only you can't leave because I blow your mind, but also there's not a lot of people you're gonna go to because I live where I live.
So you're actually bringing up a very important point. There are two ways to grab retention, to keep someone with you. One, of course, is the stick. If you leave, you're going to be in big trouble or it's going to cost you too much money. But what we prefer to do, obviously, as marketers, that I give you so much and I do so well for you, just like others have mentioned, that you don't want to leave. It wouldn't make sense for you to leave.
There's a gas station a lot of people might be familiar with. It's called 7-Eleven. No, that was a joke. You guys were supposed to laugh. Anyways, it was on an episode of Undercover Boss, and the guy, he goes to one of the 7-Elevens where they have the highest retention rate of coffee sales. And he's like, what are they putting in their coffee? Like, is it crack? I don't know. But everyone keeps coming back. And he's, again, undercover because it's Undercover Boss. He comes in and he's getting to know the lady, and she is just on it. Like, she's making sure that everybody that's getting their coffee is talking to her. And they're there every single morning getting their coffee. And she's wiping up the messes. She's talking to the children, with the parents trying to get their coffee, just interacting with them. And later on, the camera's on him, and he's like, I thought it was the coffee. And he's like, this place has the highest sales because of this lady. And then he goes on, he gives her this major gift and blesses her in a mighty way. But the point is that because of how she made each individual customer feel, they could have gone anywhere else to get coffee. They could go buy Folgers and make their own coffee. But they went to her, or they went to 7-Eleven because of her. So the retention is just, I feel better when I go there.
And I think we saw today in some other presentations that the relationship, the way you interact with people, I think everybody said the same thing. This is the most valuable asset that you have. There are tons of companies that do what you do, and somebody said it a couple of hours ago. But the way you treat people, the way the relationship is built is the difference, is the differentiating factor. Anybody else on this point?
So in our agency, we put a big emphasis on the relationship, and so retention's a big deal. I do have some salespeople, and they do a fantastic job. And but the idea is not to lose as much or more than you're bringing in, right? Because that is just an endless cycle, and it becomes a little bit tedious. But one of the things that I think that we're probably the most proud of, and when people ask me for, like what's an important point or a differentiator in your agency, and our client retention length, we've been an agency for 7 years. And our client retention length in that 7 years is an average of 32 months. So in the digital marketing world, I'm really proud of that. That's a really big deal. But it's based off of a philosophy that there are 4 points that we talk about. And so these are things that we actually talk about in our company a lot. Point number 1 is that our clients feel like that they want to be heard, right? They have an issue, they want to tell you about it, they want to tell you what they think their solution is, etc. So you need to make them feel like they're heard. Point number 2 is they need to feel like they are respected. If they hear you and you're like, yeah, okay, whatever, it doesn't mean a lot. So make sure that you give them respect. They have given us the respect to hire us, we need to give them the respect to listen. And then the third point is that they have hired us for a reason, and so they need to feel, at least in the relationship, that we are the authority. And so there are answers that we may come up with in the interactions with them, but it's us coming up with things proactively rather than as being an order taker. And then the fourth point that we always talk about is, and I've seen it around, for a couple of years, and we have a piece of art hanging on our wall in our office that talks about it, and I can't remember who the quote's from, but nobody remembers what you said to them, nobody remembers what you did to them, but they always remember how you made them feel. Yes, thank you. But that is such a big deal, right? And so if we make our clients feel respected and heard, that we are the authority, then the retention makes sense. So absolutely, and original question was, is it easier to sell more to your original clients than to go pick up new clients? Right? And I don't know if it's easier to sell to them, but you can certainly provide more value. And as long as the value that you're providing exceeds the price, then they're going to stay with you. So as long as they continue to see that, if the value exceeds the price, they'll buy it no matter what the cost is.
Yeah, and just kind of to go with that, that word of mouth, that will travel farther than anything else. So whenever I have a client and they've worked with me for a while, they feel better, they're doing good, they go out and tell somebody who sees the difference, they feel better about themselves, and they're like, what happened? Oh, well, it was Tristan. It was, yeah, okay, you got to get in contact with him. Well, because of the relationship they had with that person, now they are a little more comfortable coming to me as a new person because of that retention. And so like I said, I think it's easier just to keep people that are already with you, because they're going to go out there and they're going to spread it a lot faster.
Yeah, your clients become your advocates, and that's the feeling I think that any business can have. And I know in our business, we don't do marketing for ourselves in the traditional sense. We have clients that come to us because they spoke with other clients and they from them some good things. So it always works.
I actually love that because my practice grew over 1,000% in a year just through word of mouth. I can tell you this is the best way. Do your work so well, treat your client so well, so you cannot be getting out of the mouth. And they will refer you. I have not done one advertisement yet to my business. I am full, my practice grew, and now if I'm doing advertisement, I need to hire somebody else or 2 other people to help me, because I'm saturated just by word of mouth. So it is very, very powerful what you mentioned, Dirk, and also Tristan. This is the most amazing thing you can do. Do your work and support your clients, what you're providing to them, make them feel they are important, like you say, make sure they feel respected, and I think you get them very well.
Great. Next question, post-COVID. We're in a world where things are going back to being more interactive, where during COVID, we lived in a very digital, online kind of world. Are things any different now for customer retention, customer loyalty, post-COVID?
Sure. Honestly, virtual is a 4-letter word to me. It's one of those things where when people couldn't go to trade shows. They all went to online. They went virtual, and it was awful. Our customers had to spend a fortune to go to these online platforms and go to these virtual shows.
That didn't work.
It didn't work whatsoever. And they wasted a bunch of money doing it. I mean, it was awful. So, it's coming back post-COVID. Our industry's coming back very, very slowly. But it's coming back in a big way. We just did a show in Anaheim where the typical attendance is 65,000 people, where this was the first year that's happened in 3 years, and I think they had over 95,000 people there. So it was absolutely fantastic. And it's like when we were talking to our customers after the show, they're like, after the first hour, we had already paid for our entire show. So the ROI is there, and they just got to get out there and get to it.
From customer retention perspective, are we doing things, or should we do things differently now than we used to do before?
Look, in fact, I was just talking with Tristan about this last week. One of the things that I feel like a lot of people miss just in the marketing world is, you might ask Jeremy, for example, who does trade show booths, who's your customer? And probably his first thought is, well, anybody could be our customer. But that's
anybody that goes to trade shows. If you don't know trade shows, yeah, it's a completely different world.
But I don't even know if that's really the case. I think that there's a very definitive segment of people, and they may be different segments, and these segments of people have different wants and different needs, and by and large, different issues. And so sometimes you get into this bad habit, if you will, of trying to market to everybody. And I don't know that that's the answer. And with my experiences is that when COVID hit, what an unfortunate time. But fortunately, everybody stayed home and jumped online. And so everything online just surged. It was fantastic. And we learned a lot. There's a lot of data to be collected. And one of the things I feel like that was a lesson that was reiterated to us is that with, if you're giving a message to somebody, it's okay to give a message to a 5% or a 10% of your audience that completely ignores or is non-applicable to the other 85, 90, 95%. To have a very specific message of, here's your problem, here's the solution that we offer, and here's what the end result is of that specific piece. That's how, so I think that what you do, or I should say, should emphasize even more than you have before, is that you have segments of your audience, regardless of what industry you're in, that you have personas of people in your audience, and you should be giving very specific messages to those personas, and that's going to be different than what you're going to find. Maybe one persona and another don't align whatsoever. There's no touch points.
Do you find that digitally it is easier to differentiate the messaging?
Yeah, it is. And anyways, the point that I was trying to make is that if you're giving the right message to people now, I don't know if being involved or active online has dropped all that much. If anything, maybe it's even increased more, and people are recognizing how much more important it is. But what you need to do is you just need to make sure that you're talking right to that person. And if you're solving their particular problem, then you're going to speak right to them, and you're going to be the one that's sending the message, the one that has that what it's intended to do, or what kind of a solution you offer. The marketing part is where you become creative in how you send out that message about, hey, I already know you've got this problem. I already know how we're going to solve it. You just need to come talk to me, or come figure it out, right? So to kind of bring it back here, in post-COVID, I think that people are more cognizant of just generalized messaging, and because they're seeing so much more, you have to be that standout piece to get the attention, to be a little bit disruptive. And if you're not identifying specifically what it is that people want, or how your industry can solve their particular issue, then I think it's just going to go by the wayside, and they're just going to mindlessly scroll past or not look at it.
I was just going to add that there's a saying that I try to live by. It's principles. Methods are many, principles are few. Methods always change, but principles never do. At the end of the day, it's people. period. I personally think that it kind of added, with the post-COVID, it added avenues for us to connect. Larry King, I read a book about Larry King, and someone was doing an interview with him. It was called The Third Door, and they're like, okay, with everything and how it's changed, how would you go about doing what you do now? Back in the day, I guess he went to radio station after radio station and knocked and said, hey, can you give me a job? And he says, I would do the same thing. It's still people. It's just a new method, or it's an addition in your arsenal. So it's not so much how am I doing it, but what am I doing, and how am I providing it? Because the methods are always going to change, especially with technology. It's always evolving. I mean, you said FaceTime maybe 10, 15 years ago. Like, oh, that means time to get up in someone's face. Like, they would have never thought that meant you're going to talk to somebody on a phone and you could see them in live action. And so the digital world is evolving. And so when we become adaptive to it, because that's kind of where things are headed, it just helps us to either get new reach with our customers or retain them in different ways.
I agree. I wanted to add something to what Nathan was talking about, messaging going out. Obviously, with digital options, with online presence, we can send tailored messages to the different segments within our audience. It is also true, and that's what I wanted to add, also true for inbound. So if we take an example of a store, if a store had to look a certain way, shoe store, okay, it can only look one way in the physical world. But if you're selling shoes in an online store, you can have all kinds of stores, all kinds of looks with all kinds of messages, with all kinds of branding. So the digital world actually gives us more flexibility in terms of marketing in general and customer retention as well. And now that we've gone through the COVID period, everybody has gotten used to using the digital platform online for making purchases, making decisions, and finding clients, even those who were reluctant before.
I realized after COVID, we moved from brick and mortar to click and order.
I like that.
And this has changed the way personally I do business, because I have about 50 to 60% of my patients are online. Even if I live on an island, I still have patients online, just so you guys know. And that gives more access to people in the healthcare, wellness in general, to people to just be able to empower themselves to stay healthier. And you all know after COVID, a lot of people have accumulated actually some diseases. I call it diseases because it's imbalances in the body. So able to connect with people from the distance, they don't have to go to a medical doctor. I can ship from your house a test. You can complete it, send it to the lab. It come download exactly in my portal. I can access all your information. And now you don't have to really, people are still scared to go in certain places. We are lucky to be here together and that we're not scaring of each other. Now we're thinking about breathing around you can make you sick. I'm scared of breathing Tristan. I'm scared of breathing Nathan.
Thanks.
So people are still scared about, interacting. So providing services online have given access to so many people. And now we have to change some things on giving them access in a way that is different and make it more personable. I know Zoom has done a good job on giving you access, but so many different ways. I meet patients on WhatsApp, on a lot of different portals that making it more accessible to reach the people, calling them, make them feel, they are okay, they are human. And because the isolation right now has caused so much stress to people.
Definitely. We have only a few minutes left, and I wanted to open it questions, if anybody has a question to the panel.
I kind of have a question.
Okay.
For Jeremy. How has post-COVID altered or changed things in a positive way, or how has it changed your the way you do business?
It hasn't really done anything. I mean, we're still approaching our designs the same way that we were in 2019 and the beginning of 2020. It's some different kinds of technologies that have come out, during this that we're trying to utilize within booths. But, it seems like almost everybody needs, now they want hand sanitizers in the booth, which we got to now figure out a good way to, to brand that in an exhibit. But then, it's more and more people are asking for, which is ridiculous, internet in a convention center for 6 gigabytes could cost like $10,000. But people need it because they need to be doing online purchasing or online meetings and Zoom meetings within the booth itself. But as far as like an approach with the way that we design things, it hasn't changed a whole lot. The nice thing about what we've seen, even though attendance has been down with most of these shows that we've been going to, you're not getting the tire kickers anymore. If you're going to a trade show, you're going to buy. And so like every single show that we've done since last August when we were able to get started back, the return on investment's there. People are making money, and it's actually a little bit nicer for our customers right now because they don't have to try to find that one buyer, out of 4 people, people that are going to shows for a vacation or whatnot, they're not there for serious reasons, but the people that are going to shows right now, they're spending a lot of money, which is great to see. So we just have to, keep on doing what we did in the past.
Okay. I must have a great panel because there's no questions. Any questions at all? All right. Well, thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much to that panel for sharing all their thoughts and ideas on that. We have one more session coming up before we take a quick tea break. The power of stories really is limitless. In fact, this speaker focuses on a type of content strategy that transforms new prospects and website visitors into paying customers. That's right. The topic of this session is how to build a future-proof marketing funnel that prints money for your business. Please join me in welcoming Samir El-Kamani, hopefully I said that right, founder and CEO at Fetch and Funnel. A round of applause. Samir. There he is. Welcome.
We'll just stay on this one slide the entire time.
Yes, or if anybody has the clicker.
Anybody have the clicker?
Everybody got to check their pockets? Let's see. Oh, thank you, thank you.
Amazing. Okay. Hey, everybody. So, how to build a future-proof marketing funnel. If you pay close attention, I guarantee you that you can do exactly that with everything I walk you through. I'm going to walk you through a lot of things, so yeah, I hope that I can get through it as quickly as possible. So, I'm Samir El-Kamani, founder and CEO of Fetch and Funnel. We're a performance-based marketing agency. I've consulted with thousands of businesses for well over a decade. I've spent over $50 million on Facebook and probably quadruple that between programmatic, TikTok, Google, etc. Generated over $300 million for my clients, and I've built one of the best marketing teams in the world. So, I will give you these slides because I'm going to go through a ton of stuff. So if you want these slides, just go to fetchfunnel.com/tacos. Either, the true ad costs of sales or just because tacos are great and we all want more of those. So, first thing you need to do is set your goals and expectations for your marketing. So what do you want to get out of this funnel? What do you want to get out of the marketing and the advertising that you're doing for your brand? So establish the clear goals. That's number one, what you got to do. And then establish clear time frames. Without this, you don't really know your North Star. You don't really know what you're trying to achieve. And you got to make sure that if you're running a race, you got to know where that race ends. So, first step of this is the most important step. We ignore this time and time again. I can't believe how many clients come to us and kind of don't pay attention to this. So, audience research and planning. First thing is, who is your dream buyer? I want you to think about this, and you really need to absorb this and try to figure this out because it's super important. You need to figure out what their desires are, who they are, what they're interested in. So, who's your dream buyer, right? And I want you to be thinking about this in as many detailed aspects as you possibly can. A bunch of examples here that are sort of extreme examples, like where does your dream buyer hang out and where do they get their information and what are their hopes and dreams. Now, if you run a skate shop for skateboarders and you're next to a skate park, okay, that's pretty easy to understand where your dream buyer hangs out, who they are, what their biggest frustrations are. But for digital brands or coaches or you name it, sometimes you don't really understand these things. You don't understand these core components, and you really should be thinking about them and sort of, again, as detailed and as specific as you can get, because the more in depth you get and the more you understand who your dream buyer is, and that's going to help you start to formulate who you're trying to get after, who you're trying to target, and try not to be broad with this. I think that's a mistake that we all make too, right? I can't tell you how many clients are like, well, it's all, my target customer is all women above the age of 50. Like, no, I don't think that is your actual dream buyer or your target customer. I think we need to niche down here a little bit more. So really be thinking about that as you're going through that. And so what are your dream buyer's desires, right? Because it's important to figure this out as well. Find out about your dream buyer. So what are their hopes and dreams? What are their pains and fears? What are the unexpected insights that you can gain from this? And then think about where they are in the awareness spectrum, because you're going to have a lot of different customers, a lot of different prospects. So where are they in your funnel? Are they completely unaware of your product or service? Are they kind of in the solution phase? Where are they? Because this is going to give you insights into giving your customers a better experience, whether that's online, in person, you name it. So like I said, think about it in the awareness spectrum, because where in the funnel they are is going to be really important about the message that you're trying to translate to them, what you're trying to inform them of, the problem that you're trying to solve. You're not going to tell someone who is unaware of your product or service the same thing as someone who's already made the decision. They just are trying to figure out which company to go with or which product to buy. And so one of the important things that I really urge everybody to do, if you're able to do this, is survey as many people as you can within different aspects of your funnel. So, Card-a-Banner is a good example, or people who did demo requests but haven't gotten a demo yet, or people who just became a first-time customer, or your repeat customers, because all of them are going to have different problems, all of them are going to have different ideas of your business or ideas of your service, and you want to be thinking about that, like I said, just kind of where they are in the funnel. And then map out your customer journey. I know we've been talking about this, and it's super important, and you really have to be doing this. You need to think about what is your customer journey, and what does that look like? And be thinking about that again from where in the funnel they are, because where the drop-offs happening is where you need to be paying close attention. And be thinking about like each step that's online and offline as well, because I think that's an easy one to forget. If you have sales reps reaching out, that's still part of your customer journey. If you have emails or SMS going out, that's still part of your customer journey. If you have a customer coming into your store, that's absolutely part of your customer journey. So be thinking about that. A lot of great platforms out there to sort of map those things out very easily. And then be thinking about positioning and then where your brand is positioned, and then you really also need to start going into your competitor research as well. This is really important. A lot of brands ignore this. Maybe they're trying to compare themselves to certain competitors or trying to compare themselves to the wrong competitors. So you got to really think about this in the right way. And with the competitive landscape, you need to think about who's your competition, and then what are people buying in lieu of your product, right? What competitor product, or maybe it's something completely different, and what are they seeing? What are you seeing in the market, generally speaking, as you're going through this research? And think about it, is there a rise or decline, based off of outside changes, right? COVID or climate change or anything like that. And also be thinking about who's stealing market share from your business. How are they doing it? What is their message resonating with your target customer? And who is it resonating with? This is something that
should be paying close attention to. And sometimes it's not necessarily, might not even be a direct competitor. Maybe you're super niched, but it's something completely different or a different type of business, or they don't really think they need this product or service. So definitely something you should be thinking about. And then do a competitive analysis and think about all of these things, because all of these are super important, right? What is the hook that that competitor is doing to reel the business in? What's their marketing? Are they making a marketing promise? Are you making a marketing promise that they're not? Do you have a selling proposition that they don't? Do they have a selling proposition that you don't? Think about the claims, the marketing claims. Are they making claims? What kind of proof points are they doing? Is it testimonials? Is it case studies? Is it, yeah, you have to think about that and go through that, right? Is it, and then where are they going about those proof points? Is it directly on their homepage? Is it, you know, they're telling, hey, you can interview clients? What does that look like? Guarantee is a big one. Now, how many people here offer a guarantee in their business? Anybody? There's a couple. There's a couple. So think about that. If a customer reach out to me and try to hire my marketing agency, and they're looking at 2 marketing agencies, we both say we're going to do the thing, and we're both going to be awesome, and we're both going to get you great results, but I say to you, I guarantee that the creative we make is going to outperform the creative you already have, and the other marketing agency doesn't give you any guarantee. Who are you going to go with? Right? And so be thinking about, can you offer a guarantee? And it can be a really small one. I forget what the don't suck, I loved your guarantee. I forget the no bullshit, right? That's an easy guarantee to offer. It doesn't need to be this extravagant, like, okay, money back guarantee, right? But it can be something very specific that helps you, yeah, outperform your competitors, and it's something you should be thinking about. It's something where I always tell our clients, if the offer doesn't make you sweat, then, or anxious, then that offer is not good enough and it needs to be better. So yeah, be thinking about sort of the scarcity and the value build that they're offering. Are they offering bonuses? Is the pricing different? All that kind of stuff. So as you're doing that competitor research, try to pay attention to all of these things. And then do some competitor ad research. This is also super important. What do your competitors' ads look like in comparison to your ads? Are they doing things completely different? Are they using customer testimonials? What are they doing? Are they focusing on their product in a different way? Do they have people in it? Do they not have people in it? What does that look like? I'm sure everybody knows about Facebook ad library. Super easy place to just, you can literally Google Facebook ads library and look at any Facebook page's ads. Vidteo is a great one to watch YouTube. You can literally just search any brand and you can see all the YouTube ads that they're running. That's a great one. SEMrush for any of the Google search. There's a bunch of great platforms out there. But this can lead to really great ad inspiration. Like, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. But as you're doing this, don't look at like a puny competitor that isn't crushing it. Usually Facebook ads library gives you a good depiction of how much they're spending. If they've got like 5-10 ads running, they're not spending much. If they got 200 ads running, they're spending a good amount. So pay close attention to this. How are they positioning themselves? Focus on those bigger competitors, and then always keep your target customer in mind. Maybe your competitor is super similar, but their target customer is completely different. You're going after pharmaceutical and they're going after PIs or something, right? The way that they're going to talk to the way you would talk to your customer is going to be completely different the way that they're going to talk to their customer. So just really keep that in mind as you're doing that, but should be paying close attention to that. So, features and benefits. This is a big one. I feel like a lot of brands, a lot of clients that come our way, a lot of brands that I see online, they sort of ignore the benefits component of what they do or what they offer, which is sort of the most important thing that you should be talking about. What's your value proposition? List out your brand's product features, but next to each feature, write out what the benefit is for your customer. Features should always lead into what the benefits are. Every time I look at a landing page, every time I look at an ad, I'm always looking for benefits, 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 because the more benefits you can relay, like, I don't care that your umbrella has this carbon fiber doodad, it doesn't matter to me, but you telling me that this umbrella is super lightweight, it's indestructible, it's gonna last me a lifetime, totally different, I like it a lot more now. So really be thinking about what benefits does your product or service offer, your customer's products or service offer, and be pushing and promoting that. And then be thinking about the brand messaging as you're going through this entire process. So position your brand around your dream buyer, super important, because now that you've discovered this, you got to really start messaging that way and make sure that your message is going to resonate with them. one up your competitors, because now you've done that research on what the heck your competitors are doing, so do a better job than they are. Super important to think about the messaging as it relates to the stage in the funnel, like I mentioned, but don't be afraid to add some personality. I think we ignore this time and time again, where we don't want to be too quirky, we don't want to be too funny, we've got to be professional, but like those founder stories where there's a bunch of humility in it, like we all resonate with that, and we're like, yeah, I really like this, right? Yeah, this person was okay to make a mistake, or, oh, their first 4 businesses weren't successful, but now this one is. It's just really important to add that humility and personality, and just don't be afraid to do that. And then I love this because your About page could literally be highest converting page in your entire website, and you should be thinking about that. Like, check out Google Analytics and look at like how much traffic your About page has, because I guarantee it'd be higher than you probably think. If you don't have an About You page or About Us page, you're completely missing out on a big opportunity too, because that's your place to tell your story. That's your place to tell your customer, what you went through to start this business, and it's super important. Or highlight your team or whatever it is. But it's literally can be your highest converting page over, your homepage, product pages, all that kind of stuff. So really be thinking about that. So now that you've kind of done the competitor research, you've gone through your brand messaging, you're starting to build your funnel out, be thinking about conversion rate optimization in the process. It's a super easy thing to ignore, but it's super, super important. So best part about CRO, lifts profits, scales revenue. I mean, it's one of the most effective ways to do that. Think if you have a 1% conversion rate and then you can get to a 2% conversion rate, you just doubled your profit without doing anything else, spending more money on ads or anything like that, right? And so there's a ton of CRO benefits, right? You'll start making more money. We all want to do that. You're going to get more customers. We all want that. You're going to increase your profitability. We all want that. It's only benefits if you can increase your conversion rate. And this could be online or offline. Like, be thinking about this, right? You have a sales team. You should know what your conversion rate of your sales team is. How many calls does it make to get a deal closed? And is there something little you could do in between on your website, your ads, all that kind of stuff? Be thinking about that. So conversion rate optimization, so you should evaluate your customer journey. Where in the flow are they? The data is going to guide you to prioritize the points of the funnel that you need to pay attention to. Where's the biggest drop-offs happening? Like I said, what pages are they going to? If you find out you're getting a ton of traffic from your About Us page, but then they're completely dropping off, maybe build out your About Us page a little bit more. Put Hotjar on your website or Crazy Egg or something, right? Get some heat mapping on there and see what people are doing, where they're clicking, where they're going. Test, and test some more. I feel like this is something that so many brands forget. They're like, okay, I got my conversion rate up a little bit. Cool, I'm done. You're never done with conversion rate optimization. You should always, always, always be testing. So bottom line, more efficient your website is, the further your ad dollars are going to go. Another one is try to increase your average order value. This is one a lot of brands kind of ignore. This doesn't need to be like in the e-com space or anything like that. You can increase your average order value very easily. But think about just like what upsells can you offer? I mean, dentist is a beautiful example of an upsell. You come in for a free cleaning, you just walked out the door with a $5,000 root canal. Boom, best upsell. So think about your post-purchase upsells. Usually that will convert the highest if you're sort of selling online at all. But yeah, think about what kind of bundles you can offer. Like this example, summer board. He was just selling the board like $1,600. We created a couple bundles, and then he was at like, I think the average order value went to like $2,200. So it's like almost 50% increase just by offering, and it was like overnight the second we released the bundles. So now your creative strategy and messaging is the next part of this. So make creative that actually converts. Never just make one ad. Don't create creative for the sake of creative. Right? Be thinking about what you're making with intention. You just looked at all your competitors' ads and what they looked like. How do yours compare? Are yours standing out? Are they not standing out? What does that look like? What you think will perform best sometimes is a completely incorrect assumption. I can't tell you how many ads we've produced, and I'm like, that is going to be a home run, and then it just completely falls on its face. And then it's the one that I'm like, no, that stinks. It's super basic. Completely outperforms any video we ever made or anything like that. You just never know. So don't make assumptions. Pay attention to the data. Try to create little variables. I'll talk about that. So do your research, right? Research might seem tedious. It's easy to skip, but it's super important. A lot of things you can be thinking about. right? YouTube channels, websites, Google, your competitors, Google, like people are gonna go Google you, what does that look like? You're right, you should be checking this off and looking through all of these different things as it relates to your brand and thinking about these things as well when you're kind of doing that competitive research. And then additional considerations, like what are the latest trends, right? This is something that like we're heavy into TikTok now, and that's things we have to pay attention to, right? A lot of clients are like, oh, well, that Instagram story video crushed it. Let's put it on TikTok. Well, could be a different target customer base, could be a different way of resonating with your customer that may or may not work. So things you have to be paying attention to and thinking about. Build a repository of inspirational content and strong ads that you've seen. I think this is a great one because maybe you come across an ad, I love this ad, it's great. 6 months from now, you're not gonna remember that. So save them, download them, keep them, create a little folder of like, hey, this is stuff I wanna make something like this. You don't have it, like that's okay. One of my friends over here, we were talking about behind the scenes stuff, that crushes it. Better than the actual ad itself. So if you just did a bunch of production work and made this beautiful ad, do some behind the scenes stuff because that could actually get you more customers and again, with the humility stuff, perform even better. And make it meaningful. So first and foremost, you need to address the entire customer journey, like I mentioned. If you can, map it out, right? And then questions to consider before your creative gets made. Like, where does your ad fit in, right? Which channel, which placement? Be thinking about these as they're all different, and you shouldn't be running the same ad across everything. That's super boring. Everybody gets banner blindness. I forgot someone talked about it was like, what, 12,000 ads we see a day or something? That's crazy. I didn't even know it was that high. But what do they need to know? What questions do they have? Be paying close attention to this, right? And before building these tests, consider the end goal and determine what you want to learn. Formulate a clear hypothesis in order to get that clear answer. So what should you be testing? Only test one variable at a time if you can. This is kind of an e-commerce example just to oversimplify it, but this could be applied to any business or service, something you should be thinking about. So decide what you need to learn and write a good hypothesis and then test, iterate, repeat. Remember I said, test, 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 test. Always be testing. So think about, right? So right here's just like a good example of like, those ads look all super similar. You would think like, well, there's no difference between the three of them. But you could see completely different click-through rate on each one of them, 1.78 to 3.3%. That's like double conversion rate right there, just click-through rate-wise, right? So be thinking about the call to action button, the features, the ad copy variations, all that kind of stuff. And align the creative with the customer journey. I know we've been talking about different sections of the funnel, but you should be paying close attention to this. Top of funnel, middle of funnel, bottom of funnel. What does that look like, right? Top of funnel, we're talking about awareness, right? And so that's something where you probably got to convince someone of even having any interest. Middle of funnel maybe starts to get a little bit more testimonial, a little bit more user-generated content, a little bit more reviews, things like that. Still probably a little bit of education along the way. But maybe use some of those testimonials and things like that to educate. And then bottom of funnel is just like, come on, buy this, right? Here's my sale, here's my guarantee, whatever that is, try to get the conversion. So now you're going to design your scalable advertising funnel because now you've done the competitor research, you're starting to do your creative, you're thinking about conversion rate optimization. So be thinking about the channel strategy and the media buying that you're going to be doing. So media planning, channel strategy, do consistent performance audits across all the channels. This is becoming more painful with the wonderful attribution messaging that we're getting and all those wonderful things from iOS and everything else. Not that attribution has not been the bane of every marketer's existence for the last forever. But diversify your media mix. This is super important. I can't tell you how many clients like I've had that have just gone by the wayside because they were solely relying on Facebook, wouldn't listen to us to get out of just Facebook only. We don't have that problem anymore, but certainly have had that problem multiple times. And then programmatic's a huge one. Programmatic is sort of one of those untouched things that a lot of people sort of avoid. They think you have to spend a ton of money to get on programmatic. You definitely need to spend a decent amount, but $10,000, $20,000 a month, you can get into programmatic. And as long as you have the proven funnel, which is super important, don't spend any money on programmatic if your funnel doesn't convert already. But if it converts, programmatic can be the fuel on the fire if it's done right. And just that diversification, super important. So launch, test, and measure. Test, 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 test. I can't tell you enough, right? I'm just going to say it a million times until I'm blue in the face because it's super important. Businesses run a few tests, and then they're like, cool, it's working, test it and forget it. I don't care, it's working. I'm super happy with the conversion rate, and it's easy to just stop there. So test everything. Optimize, diversify, and expand. So should be diversifying, like I mentioned. Don't be complacent with that one channel. Super important. Is everybody here like running more than one channel, or are you just running only? Is anybody here running only one channel? Good. That's great to hear. But there's more, so just keep diversifying. So, really quick, in summary, I went through a ton. So, set your goals, do the audience research, find out about your dream buyer, super important. Map out your customer journey, you have to do that. Do the competitor research, but pay really close attention to it. Don't just do it for the sake of doing it. Talk about the benefits, really highlight those benefits. Everybody here that I've met is an amazing person, has an amazing organization, has a lot of benefits they can highlight. And apply conversion rate best practices. Like Google what that is for your industry and your business. You can get a ton of ideas. You could certainly hire a conversion rate optimization firm like mine, but you don't have to. You could Google it and figure out what are the best practices for your business, your industry, get a bunch of really great points. Don't just create creative for the sake of it. Design your funnel based off of research. Test. Diversify your media mix. Test some more. And then Mr. Bugs Bunny will hand you some cash. So, I went through a bunch of stuff. This is actually what we do. It's the fetch and funnel method. We go into a lot more depth on each component of it, but I sort of just walked you through what we do for our clients when they come on board. Yeah, we're the agency you wish you hired the first time around. So if anybody wants to talk to me about fetch and funnel, I'm more than happy to. I'd love to connect with anybody here. Definitely add me on any social platform you want to. Shoot me an email right now, even if you don't want to work with me, you just want to network with me at some point in the future. Definitely download the slides if you want to. And I just released an amazing podcast where I'm interviewing e-com leaders. So if you want to check that out, I urge you to check that out as well. Cool. I still got 6 minutes, so let's go. Any questions?
Can you elaborate on not creating creative just to do creative?
Yeah, for sure. So I love the research phase because when you do the research phase, it's a really easy way to start seeing kind of like what other people are doing in comparison to yours. I think it's really easy to just go out and maybe take some photos or some videos or whatever. And I think it's with the intention of doing this. Actually, I just interviewed Caveman Foods on the podcast the other day, and he hired Raindrop, which is one of like the best video agencies out there. Their minimum's like $150K to start working with them. And they made this, unbelievable ad. They're like the Dr. Squash ads. If anybody saw the Dr. Squash ads, like that's Raindrop makes those ads. So Caveman got this amazing ad, hilarious ads, right? I think the guy like busts through the door and he's like Caveman, and then he like throws a spear like through the bar. It's hilarious. So you're like, dude, this video's gonna crush it, right? It's amazing. But they didn't realize that their target customer base is like 55-plus-year-old women that just want to crave their, sweet tooth kind of a thing. And so this 30-something-year-old guy throwing a spear through a bar, like, didn't sell any bars whatsoever. And so that's I think a fun example of like just what you assume might work really well, bunch of money for, like, again, Raindrop's awesome. Good friends with the owner, don't want to diss talk them, but it's something that, yeah, you want to pay close attention to like who your target customer base is, and then what are your competitors doing? Like some of the scrappy stuff is the stuff that performs the best. Probably every school MBA is probably studying like Ty Lopez at this point, right? And it's like him with his iPhone converted 100 times better than this professionally done video, and we see that all the time with brands, right? Cinematic mode on your silly iPhone is like unreal these days, right? That's cost you nothing versus, working with a firm that cost you 10 grand just to bring one model in. So it's like, try to be a little growth hacky about it, but also, pay attention to like what competitors are doing, all that kind of stuff.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah.
Hi, I have a question. We are from a bank in Suriname, Akrim Bank. So you focus a lot on testing, and I think that's great. But as a bank, we cannot launch an ad and then it's not good enough. So how do we test? Do we do that in a focus group, for example? How can we test?
Yeah, focus group could be good. Maybe there's like a small list of if you guys have an email list or anything like that, and people are willing to kind of give you feedback or something like that.
Okay. Maybe with our employees, we
Yeah.
make a test group, an internal test group.
Yep, yeah, that would be
Okay.
great. I mean, I would say, is there any like backdoor channels that don't get that much traffic, but like would be willing to kind of test some things on? I mean, that's what we do with, sort of what we're doing on the ad side. We're usually testing on the ad side, and then whatever performs the best, we're like, here, post this on organic, because that was the best. So, I mean, with ads, they don't have to be, I mean, with a bank, usually you're going to kind of go a little bit bigger, billboard or something like that. So, like, maybe there's a little small niche audience. You're like, all right, 5-mile radius around our bank only. And then you just kind of see, you know what I mean? And you could sort of see how that resonates with people. If you're allowed to do that, I don't know. But I would try to think if there's little small silos. You don't have to test a lot, but if you can get just a little bit of engagement and see kind of how that compares to the rest of the engagement that you're getting on other outlets. But yeah, I would just try to think maybe even some, offline stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, great question.
Trying to kill time before getting. Hi, what is your recommended ad budget when diversifying to a new platform for minimum start?
Good question. So I would say it kind of depends on the platform.
Go by platform.
Yeah, okay. So like TikTok, great example. I feel like you literally find out right away whether it's going to work or not. Like you don't need to spend a bunch of money. For us, it usually hits or it doesn't. If it doesn't hit, we'll probably never get it to work. If it hits right away, like decent enough, right? Some good click-through rate or any conversions at all, then we're like, cool, and we can tweak the creative and get much better results. Programmatic is definitely one where you're like most vendors are going to want like a 10K minimum to even start with them. I like the 5K range in general, like if anyone's trying to launch on a new platform, because I just feel like it's enough that you're going to get quite a bit of testing in, but not too much that like hopefully that's like, you're not going to lose your shirt losing out on $5,000. I mean, something like Google's going to take time, but then it's also could be your biggest and most predictable and scalable channel. I'd say like 5 to 10K range is sort of where I would usually start, and then, like platform by platform, just kind of just depends. Like Pinterest, kind of same thing. Really quickly, you can tell really low cost per clicks. How's it going to perform for me in that range? But conversions is a little harder to track and stuff like that.
There's no one else. I'm stealing a follow-up question. No, I was asking because we're expanding to like Reddit and Taboola ads.
Yeah.
And we've done Yahoo, and I can't spend over $400 a month on clients that are doing 20 grand in other channels. And I was like, can't push my. Anyways,
like it won't. You're not able to spend it. Like even if you put the budget in.
Search impressions too small on Yahoo.
Yeah.
So, anyways, but for the testing component, how do you set up your campaign so that it's not disruptive or like audience overlap when you're in a testing environment with like a CBO campaign that's just running?
Yeah. Yep, great question. CBO's campaign budget optimization, for anybody that didn't know. So that kind of allows Facebook to kind of determine which campaign is, or which audience is going to get the most spend. So we're usually running a separate testing campaign where we're spending way less budget, and I'm not worried about audience overlap because it's just such a portion of the budget and a small amount. That's usually where we're doing audience testing and creative testing, because the last thing I want to do is have an account spending $300,000 a month and then load up this creative that we think is going to crush it, and then it completely flops. Usually we have just a completely separate testing campaign. Sometimes they're for different sections of the funnel. Usually it's just a top of funnel testing campaign, but highly recommend just keeping it out of the CBO campaign. It can still be CBO, just, add some guardrails into like minimum and maximum spend and stuff like that. So, of course, certain audience most spend. But I mean, these days it's like broad audiences all day long. I mean, it's like ridiculous, but the algorithm, like, if you think you can outsmart the algorithm, you're sort of fooling yourself. Creative's the most important part. So yeah, that's where I'm trying to say with this, like focus on creative, super important. Like the audiences you're targeting and everything, it is important, but like I'd be lying to you if I said that the campaigns we built 3 years ago looked anything like the ones we're building today. 3 years ago, it was like hundreds of campaigns. Now it's like 4 campaigns. So clients are like, what am I paying you for? Creative, conversion rate optimization, all the competitive research we do, all that kind of stuff. Awesome. Well, thanks, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Smear, for sharing all of your knowledge on that. And my friends, it is time for a quick 30-minute break for some tea, coffee, and crumpets. We'll see you back here in about 30 minutes to continue the fun with some more sessions and an award show. We'll see you soon. Thank you. back to their seats. Thank you kindly. We have one more awesome panel coming up here, and then we'll do our award ceremony. It'll be happy hour, everybody's favorite double H word. Okay, it's 2 words. You know what I mean. Right about to start our next panel. Who gets the clicker? All right. If you can please shut the door. Thank you, thank you. Okay, great to have you guys all back. I think even though we all just had a break, can everybody just stand up and kind of shake it out a little bit? We still got a little bit to go. Let's just get up, stretch it out, feel good, get the energy. There we go. Yes, I like you. Good job. Just kind of stretch it out, get it out, right? We just got like, what, an hour and a half, 2 hours left, then it's cocktails, and hey, whatever you want to do tonight, it's all yours. Okay, thank you. Thank you for standing up. Appreciate that. Okay, guys. With people's expectations growing, brands are expected to take a more nuanced approach to diversity, equity, and inclusion to their advertising efforts. As the industry is on the cusp of revolution, panelists discuss fresh, exciting advertising trends, as well as their role in the success of brands. So, to lead our next panel, our panelists will introduce themselves. I would like to bring up the panel and our session moderator, Nikimbe Baobab. She is the CEO of Maptum International, who will lead the discussion on the topic, welcoming the new advertising trends of 2022. Please give them a hand, guys.
Hey everybody, how you guys doing? Good. We're really excited to talk to you today about the upcoming advertising trends in 2022. We've got Erdman, Lauren, I'm Nikimbe, Abigail, and Chris. Everybody here is a wonderful expert, but I'm going to let them introduce themselves before we begin. Chris, do you want to start?
Okay, great. I'm the Vice President of Sales at SEO.com. I also help run Domain Market, which is one of the largest privately held domain portfolios where we sell premium domain assets. I'm a shareholder at BidTelect, the first open native ad exchange buy-side platform. Work with all the holding companies, and I'm an IAB member. I've been in advertising since I was 23. I'm 47 now, so it's been an interesting road.
Abigail.
Hi everyone, my name is Abby Lagirao. I'm a Filipino and Chinese founder and creative director of Pixel Parlor, which is a full creative agency in Seattle, Washington. And what we do is we help small business owners articulate their brand online through beautiful creative content so that they can build strong authority on social media. And most importantly, I am a mother of 3. I have 9-year-old twins and a 4-year-old daughter. And I am known as the business mentor influencer.
And I'm Nikimbe Baobab. I'm the CEO and founder of Maptum International Digital Marketing and Mobile Apps. And we really focus on strategy and different methodologies to help small businesses put together campaigns that make sense for their business, and they apply that to their funnels, their emails, their content, etc. Lauren.
Hi, my name is Lauren Petrullo. I'm the owner of Mongoose Media. Wow, that was too loud, too close. No, I can hear myself through the speaker. I run a digital marketing agency based in Orlando, Florida. We service e-commerce and lead generation clients across 5 core competencies. Mostly people come to us for Facebook ads because Meta thinks I'm cool enough. At least they've published about it. So that's me. I'm Lauren.
Nice. And then Erdman.
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Germán Santana. I'm a partner manager at Google, and I help my clients monetize their content through programmatic advertising.
I'm here to fight you on Meta's better than Google. That's the only thing this panel is about.
New topic for the panel.
I'm going to have to break these 2 up. Come, Lauren, you come sit here. Okay, so before we begin, I just wanted to maybe talk about the difference between marketing and advertising, because this is the Marketing 2.0 conference. So how advertising is different than marketing. Before we jump into some of the trends, does anybody want to talk about that a little bit, the difference between advertising and marketing? No? Yeah? Okay. Well, I mean, I think for me, marketing encompasses a whole bunch of stuff. It's your brand story, it's market research, it's competitive research, it's your logo, the packaging, like that's all marketing, how you answer the phone, content, videos, all a part of it. And I think advertising is, for me, it's like having a particular campaign for a particular product. for a particular target market. And then, like I said, because MapDim is all about strategy, strategizing towards that and then putting it out. So whether it's brochures or mailers or you're advertising on TV, it's sort of like the channel to get your message out. Would you guys agree with that?
I agree.
Yes.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I think it's more like marketing is more the strategy. You know, if you think about the 4 Ps, for example.
Yeah.
And then advertising is part of the execution of that marketing plan.
Because at first I was like, oh, advertising is just paid. It's always paid. But I'm like, no, advertising is your brochure. It's the car magnet. It's all that kind of stuff. Okay. So yeah, so in terms of trends that are coming up, I think content seems to be a really good thing, right? Advertising trends and content. And you are the content queen, Miss Abby. So do you want to tell us a little bit about content and why that's an upcoming trend and what you found?
Yeah, so content creation for me really starts off with impact, influence, and income in that order. And I see a lot of small businesses today who come to me and they're meeting me where I'm at because I've been doing influencer marketing on YouTube, I think, what was it, almost 10 years ago. And it was so much easier. You just press play and you talk to the camera and hopes the person on the other side is talking to you back. And the reason why people are coming to me today is the shift after the pandemic. And what's important about content marketing is how you showcase your impact. And then when you have impact where you speak on your brand or you speak your voice and you talk about the things that you love, then you start to build influence. And influence is like, I love that person, I love that woman, I love that man, I love his intake, and I'm gonna follow them. And then once that person, that influencer who is speaking on themselves after they made an impact, an influence like, hey, I just dropped a new sweater, I just dropped a new brand, please come support small businesses. Rest assured, your influence is going to help you with that income. And so there's a lot of businesses today who are adapting the impact, influence, and income method. And I highly suggest right now, if you want to show up on social media, the one thing that you want to tackle or come to face with yourself is the commitment. That you know that if you step into social media, it's because you want to raise your hand and you want to be represented, you want to share your value. And so if there's one thing that you remember today is to showcase impact, influence, and then make an income.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, of course.
One thing I've noticed in working in the native space, it's completely content driven. You're offering these unique media experiences with either in the publisher formats or content well, and it's all driven by either articles or video or audio placements. And the more engaging those elements are and that creative is, you're going to really have a lot more brand engagement, interaction, and a stronger middle funnel play than just a display ad that people have been trained to ignore. These are highly viewable assets that enable a brand to really tell their story in a variety of ways and reach a large number of people. So I really feel that the biggest blocker for native right now is that publishers not adopting enough units within their ad inventory, and on the other side, that brands are not capable of investing the time and resources needed to provide that content journey and do it well. So I think automated content solutions I've got an AI-driven solution at contentengine.net that removes the heavy lifting for an emerging brand and enables them to draw in all the top news in their field into their own site or into another URL, and also pepper it in with their thought leadership into that mix and have a touch point. It's really great with channel marketing too to help empower those types of situations and B2B situations.
Okay, so it's not just that content marketing is a trend for 2022, because content marketing has been a trend for a while, but what I'm hearing, it's more about engaging and having influence in that sort of personal connection. Is that what I'm understanding from content creation now?
Yes. Users right now, they're very smart, right? They want to feel seen and heard, and what the pandemic did was it kind of ripped us away from connection, right? In-person connection, and I know us here, we're excited. There's nothing like being close to someone and feeling their energy, but online, I feel like that's what we also need to feel as well. And so that's what's most important today about content is how can you give that energy through the internet with somebody who's listening to you.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you. So content creation. Now, you want to create content and provide value, but we're all entrepreneurs and small business owners, so we want to be profitable, right? We don't want to just create engaging content just to put it out there. We want to somehow try to monetize it. And I think that that is also one of the upcoming trends of marketing and content marketing is how you monetize it. And so I'm going to throw it over to Armand. How do you monetize your content?
Well, there are a number of tools that you can use. It's just fairly simple. You know, you have, for example, Google AdSense. It's a great product in which you can set the controls of with the ads that you want it to appear on your website. But the most important thing is that it doesn't matter the tool, is that you know that your content needs to be monetized, no matter the platform. I mean, I think you mentioned YouTube, which is kind of the most intuitive way to do it. But I think Samir was talking about that on your website, the About Us is the most visited page. Like, why not monetize that? Why not put an ad there? And you can control whatever the ad is. And so that's money you're probably leaving on the table. So think about it. I saw a lot of examples here. A lot of the speakers are also authors, in which you fill out a form and you get the template or a free sample of the book. Why not monetize that? You can absolutely do that, and it's very, very simple.
Yeah, in the publisher space, that's really big. There's a lot of content arbitrage players, and it's been that way for a long time. Google's been a big part of that, monetizing that publisher landscape. And then beyond that, you have other instances where the publishers can monetize either through different backfill partners, feeds. You know, that's kind of been an interesting thing, but they've lost control of their CPM. So header bidding's come into place, and now with cookies going away again, the ball gets pushed back to the publisher, because the publisher is going to have that relationship with the audience. And I use programmatic usually to test, learn, and scale, and then discover the ad placements and the native placements and video placements that work best, and make a direct publisher relationship for that brand. And that's kind of how I utilize programmatic for my clients, to really discover the landscape, constantly test, learn, and then scale with the partners and placements that make the most sense and have the most reward for that middle funnel engagement piece.
Okay, thank you. You know what, I actually heard the other day, I think sponsorship is becoming a big thing now, and creating content and having sponsors do it. Like there's a gentleman I know in Toronto, and he has a podcast, and I think Dove Men has now sponsored it. So I think monetizing your content in that way could also be beneficial.
Absolutely, and programmatic is such a good way to do it. It is a little bit more sophisticated. It's not impossible, by the way. Like, don't get intimidated by words like real-time bidding or SSPs, DSPs, stuff like that. So it's the scale it will bring you. It's incredible, and the access you have. Like with programmatic, for example, you can set up a deal with, let's say, the New York Times, the Washington Post. You know exactly where to go. That's why it's a little bit more expensive, but it provides you the scale and the control. So it's a really good tool to use.
Can I jump in? If you're worried, just to fight you on the meta space, if you're worried about the alphabet soup that he's talking about, in terms of a larger trend with social commerce, IG shops and Facebook shops are opening up influencers a chance to monetize their content by being able to tag actual products in their posts. So similar to the Amazon affiliate game, where you got your like 3.5% of any Amazon product that you refer to someone else, now you're able to do that within the Instagram and Meta platforms. So if you can't do the alphabet soup you're talking about, there will be a chance for when you have content that you're creating out, like you in the influencer space, then you can connect with brands and do direct sales, and all of that's tracked within Meta.
Good.
No more discount codes. That's just a trend that's going to be coming up. You won't be able to need to go to Lauren 10 or Lauren Marketing 2.0 conference, and you'll be able to control all of that and have that expanded relationship a bit stronger. So
you're saying, so if you post on Instagram, you can tag a product?
It's being rolled out across the different influencers, but absolutely. You'll be able to say, we take this picture and I can tag, oh, this came from, I don't know, Shein maybe, and then you can tag where your product is, and I can have someone that wants to buy this exact shirt or those exact shoes be able to go directly to it. Although Google Lens, I mean, you've been able to, I can use my camera and use augmented reality to find out where you got your shirt or a similar style shirt if I wanted to purchase that.
And then when you tag that, then you get a little bit of money.
If you have that brand relationship, right. Yes, you can tag it, and then you'll be able to track those direct conversions from your post.
Okay, and you mentioned augmented reality, and there's all this talk about, the metaverse and all this stuff. So Does anybody want to talk about, or does anybody know trends that are coming up in terms of like that world? Like the
I mean, I'll steal it only just because I brought a show and tell. Okay, come on, guys. This is like kindergarten. I'm introducing my prop. How many people in this room recognize or know what this is? Great.
I don't.
That's less than 10. So this is an Oculus product that's coming from Meta, which is Facebook. They have over 10,000 employees working on this product every month. Huge, huge investment. And it's the epicenter of augmented reality and virtual reality for one of the largest marketplaces. And inside of it is the virtual reality headset and handles. I mean, it's large-ish, it's heavier, but I brought this because this has been around. This is the second edition. It's Quest 2, so it's years old. And it's not new technology, but I think a trend of 2022 is that people are starting to have conversations about incorporating augmented reality. Snapchat's allowed you to use augmented reality to try on different clothes, but the further engagements of how you can act with it with your customers, your clients. Soon we're going to have windshields in cars have augmented reality to help you mitigate how you're driving for safer driving habits. And so the ways that you'll be able to activate it, I think, is going to be a larger part of conversations. And I know metaverse was mentioned, NFTs were mentioned earlier, but a lot of it starts with just exploring with this heavy circular box.
You know, another trend I see being ignored a lot by marketers is audio and voice. And that's really, I think, beyond, I know augmented reality is interesting, but I really think voice right now is really at the precipice of something great. And to solve that, to position brands so they are the one that Siri recommends first. You
So
know,
when you say voice, what do you mean
the
exactly?
voice-activated devices in the household where you're like, Siri, bring me up best pizza. Who comes up first? Who decides that?
Oh, okay.
You know, and that is really, these voice-activated devices are really, you know, the future. People are becoming hands-free. They're going to want to, you know, voice is going to become much more important than even contextual searching as time goes on, as that technology kind of speeds ahead. So I believe that that's another area that, you know, people really need to pay close attention to, and along with audio inventory, because, and then, of course, CTV and then the connected devices. That's really where I think a lot of the ad spend is going to go and have the most rewards for the brand, the publishers, and of course the audiences.
So not necessarily always paying for like a display ad on Google, but having Alexa or Siri recognize your business is one of the first ones to come
Exactly.
up with a recommendation? Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
At the top of your head, what would be the best strategy if somebody wanted to start using your recommendation of voice?
Well, really, that's an area that I'm even starting to kind of delve into and try to solve my own. So I don't have an appropriate answer to throw out here off the top of my head. That's an area that I've been very intrigued by, and I haven't seen enough or learned enough to really make that commitment to say, well, this is the part, and these are the steps I would take. It's kind of been kept a little bit more under wraps by the powers that be that have these devices. Hasn't really made it too much common knowledge amongst even the agencies. From what I could tell right now.
So one of the things that I'm thinking about or wondering with all of these trends is how to incorporate them in one business. Like if you're a startup or if you're a solopreneur, you have a lot different resources than if you're a corporation that can get like a data management team and someone who can create the content and then someone who can do the virtual stuff. And you know, that's a lot of moving parts. So what do we, like how would a small business or how would an entrepreneur begin to create, like put all of these things together, because it can be overwhelming. So do you guys have any comments or strategies on that? Any businesses that you've known, and how do they start?
I think first it starts with identifying who your audience is and really owning that data first and solving that, and then deciding what media channels to activate, where you can afford to commit resources to, where you commit that content resource. A lot of the time I'll start with a brand and anchor an email after I really identify that audience. And through email, I then will activate search, paid search, social, and then beyond that, if they can actually, you know, activate and have success with programmatic or native or video, then you know I'll lead them that way. But a lot of the times, brands stop right there at social because it's too much to manage and track all of that attribution modeling, and they can't take the risk to commit 9 months of budget. They need sales right away, and a lot of them are just, you know, they're married to Google in that world. They're comfortable there. They're comfortable with Facebook, they're comfortable with Instagram. That's kind of the low-hanging fruit. But when you get to some of these more sophisticated ad buys, you can really lose your shirt if you're not with the right partner.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense because I know when I was doing research, another one of the upcoming trends is on data and using data and analytics. And I'm not sure how many businesses delve into that as deeply as they maybe could. But you're right. I think if you have to start small and there are all these different components that you can incorporate into your marketing and advertising, you don't know where to start, look at your analytics. Start posting, do the content, do the other stuff, and sort of see what's working. And I suggest that people, quarterly put it into their calendar where they actually go in and look at their analytics. Because you're right, then you'll know which audience is responding best or
Which creative is
channel,
working,
which
right?
creative.
You got to track everything.
Yeah, so that's a
Images,
big one. I think
yeah.
a big takeaway for everybody is really start tracking your data and analytics, and then you'll know which of these channels even works best for you. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah, but I will say though, there is a lot of data with these tools, and you might get overwhelmed, so don't let that happen. Don't overthink it, just do it. And again, to quote Samir, he was spot on when he said, test, test, test.
Yeah.
The tools right now allow you to do that in seconds. So just do it.
And I would just say if there's anyone that has e-commerce clients, we instituted shops, and I'm emphasizing it more and more because we work only with Shopify stores, but connecting a shop takes 30 seconds. Optimizing a shop takes 4 hours. And our clients saw 30x amount of traffic to their stores, $1,500 in sales overnight. We've generated 50,000 plus of new annual revenue just from connecting a shop, and that's all organic, and it was a 4-hour integration.
That's
so
incredible.
if you have e-commerce clients, I highly recommend investing 4 hours of time looking at their shop, optimizing their shop. It's minimal, but checking back in on quarter to cycle in different promotions. But that's to the organic side. It's not a heavy investment. I think everyone here has 4 hours for potentially over $4,000 of new revenue per month.
For sure.
Can I add to that? So if
Absolutely.
we're going to take the average business owner, and I deal with both influencers who know social media, and then somebody who's like, I have FOMO, I'm fear of missing out, and I want to get on the train, I don't want to be left behind. And one thing I always tell them is one, mindset, right? Make that decision. Make that decision that if you are going to jump on social media, it's because it's free, and it's your time to show up, and you want to do something great, and you want results. And in order for you to get results, you have to put in the work. Okay, and for someone who's just starting out, it's just like buying an item at IKEA, and just to prevent you from having, random nuts and bolts after you put together a couch is to read the directions. And every single platform has a playbook. And if you want to learn how to play by their rules or on their terms, it is great to go on each and every single platform and figure out what they're doing, speak their language. Like if you want to go to the Philippines and you want to speak to the Filipinos, yes, we speak English, but to really connect with us, you have to learn our language. And that's how I see social media. And the second would be intention. Do you want to showcase your face? And there's a lot of small businesses who are like, I want to be on social media, but I don't want to showcase my face.
Right.
Okay, TikTok is the best way. ASMR is a big thing where you don't need to think about the music, you don't have to think about your face, you can just show your hands and show people your product or your life without showcasing your face. There's so many free platforms out there. It's really just deciding which one do you want to tackle, make that commitment, and try something new, right? They say the curiosity killed the cat, but I feel like curiosity will kill your comfort.
That's a good one.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, did that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
I thought so.
And another trend I'm seeing, with the death of the cookie, you're seeing a lot of intent data come into play, and that's so important. Intent has always been the end-all, be-all for most campaigns and audiences. I learned that early on with typo domains, where I had typos of major airlines, banks, every brand that had ad spend in play. We would redirect that typo traffic to the appropriate brand, and it would convert like wildfire. Highly intent-driven audiences. And that being said, now with cookies going away, you need that intent data mixed with contextual targeting, and that seems to be one bullet that I found that's going to be a workaround with cookieless solutions. And then, of course, the other is that visitor location data and leveraging that technology where you can geofence an event, load those people into your social media platforms, email, direct mail, and retargeting campaigns. So a lot of data can be extracted through geofencing. You get their name, address, email, how they vote, income, many different data points from the cell phone devices.
So geofencing. Okay, Abby, you mentioned that some of your clients, and I've experienced this too, they're nervous about getting onto these platforms. They don't want to make videos. They don't want to be the face of the business. They don't know what content to create. I like video, and I tell people you don't have to be the face of your business. You can use just voiceover.
Get evergreen content.
Yeah,
you know.
you can do PowerPoint slides and make that into a video. You can do banners about your services or products and offerings, just like, a graphic design banner, and then turn that into a video. And I love video as a trend. I mean, it's video marketing has been around for a while, and it's continuing to grow with, especially we're talking about TikTok and Instagram. So I would just suggest people just start playing around on your phone. And I think someone was mentioning just being really real. Don't have everything so professional or corporate, just kind of being yourself. I think it was Ty Lopez you mentioned. Just really being organic. I think for video, I also recommend people use video. You can get testimonial videos from your clients. You can use that as a video. A day in the life, how you got started. So I think video marketing is also, like I said, it's not an up-and-coming trend. It
Well,
has
look at
been a
YouTube.
trend.
Everyone's living on YouTube during the pandemic. So, I mean, especially in my age demographic, I'm not on TikTok. I'm in my 40s. I spend hours on YouTube, hours and hours, researching things to no end, getting everything from the brand direct as well as third-party advocates of the brand. I'm a big outdoor enthusiast, and I'm big into travel. So those are two areas where there's a plethora of content on there. People will plan a trip more meticulously than their own finances sometimes. So, that's one of the areas that's really pushing the limits with that engagement and that content journey, because they feed that dream at your desk. You escape for 5 minutes looking at that cruise or looking at that safari or that dream trip, and they'll research it ad nausea. That's why you look at Yelp, TripAdvisor, all these really engaging portals that give that third-party advocacy and bring that experience to, hey, I'll commit my consumer dollars to that experience.
Yeah, and you can monetize your videos, right?
Yeah.
With Facebook ads and I Love videos, you can put them, you can use them in trade shows, your signature, on your social media, on your website, right?
And then specifically though, like if you're not comfortable being on it, if you don't want to be the face, like again, I'm speaking to e-commerce, so sorry, swipe left if you're not working with any e-commerce brands. But there are services that you can pay to get a video. You pay product plus like $50, and you can basically order your ideal avatar, your ideal demographics of who you want to give an honest and live feedback review in that testimonial when you lack the content. So Billo is one that I highly recommend. It's literally like $50. I'm sure several of us here are using it. Or alternatively, if you're not aware of the TikTok creator marketplace, again, I'm sure most of us are, but we've been using it for our clients, and we've been able to get TikTok influencers with hundreds of thousands of followers to do free content in exchange for cost of goods. Like, we have $3, $5 products that we send out for hundreds of thousands of these influencers with hundreds of thousands of followings. Like, that's easy.
I think the next step with that will be the experiential side of it then, with those influencers coming in and offering unique experiences for their audience to interact on a personal level with them, whether it's at an event or a show or a unique experience that they're providing. And then beyond that, you could do it in the metaverse too and have those kind of curated experiences.
Oh, I
with
can
those
talk about that
influencers.
all day. We have a client that's like charging $5 per ticket, so they have a service-based product. It's in music, and so they're charging $5 per ticket, and instead of being localized and only showing people in North Carolina, they sold $800 worth of tickets for people to show up with Oculus from all across the United States. It's like $800 during COVID when he couldn't actually perform in front of audiences. It's really wild. But
It provides those unique brand experiences where they can actually play with those products and have that touch and feel. Like for a travel brand that I'm about to launch, it's an outdoor company where we take people on retreats into the desert, but the brand buy-in will be the tent provider, the person providing the sleeping bags, the sleeping mats, the headlamps, all of the equipment that the guests will use. We create a very unique brand experience for the brand and for the potential audience to actually have that chance to try it out and see if it actually solves something for them.
One of the things that I'm seeing is really working with my clients is those who really set aside and take the time to plan and strategize. I mean, it seems pretty obvious, like, yeah, you have to do a strategy, but so few people do it. I think from what I've seen, it's like, oh, I've got to do video marketing, so they go and do video marketing. Oh, I've got to do content marketing, so they go jump and do content marketing. oh, I should run a Google ad or maybe
Yeah,
I
it becomes
should
a line
focus
item, right?
They're just like
Yeah.
sort of all over the place. So the clients that I see that are doing the best right now are the ones that are actually taking the time, like you were saying, how you're talking about investing 4 hours, right? Taking the time, putting the time aside to actually do the research, to actually do the strategy, to map out who your ideal clients are, what platforms are they on, what's the message that's going to resonate with them, what's the best picture, the best image, the best video. Like really when you can strategize, I think everything becomes so much easier, and like you said, you start looking at the data and the analytics and you see what's working, and then you sort of scale from there. Right? Would you guys agree with that?
100%.
Yeah?
Yes. Yes, and if you don't have time to do it in-house, make sure you do the homework to then hire a great agency like the man you have here to make their lives easier. Because what I've seen is people complain a lot about their agencies, but it's because they expect them to work miracles for them when they don't do their own homework.
Totally, I agree with that. We see agencies were forced, especially the major holding companies like the WPPs and Interrepublic Groups, they gobbled up a lot of that agency market share by buying up the Olivers and Mathers and the established advertising firms. But with that, a lot of brands then said, hey, solve operational issues for us. And those agencies now put themselves in a position of crossing that line of demarcation, and it is a fail, because that's why Deloitte and Accenture and IBM and others have now come into the space, and they're going to start gobbling up that agency landscape, especially the holding companies, because the holding companies don't have the ability to have an impact at the operations level, where Deloitte can, where Accenture can, where IBM can, but we're lacking the creative units, but now they're acquiring those agencies, those unique outliers there, and they're building their own holding company per se. So you're gonna see that change. It's also gonna become less transactional for the agencies. They're gonna have to remove themselves a little bit, become more consultative, and not play so much arbitrage, because we want a transparent marketplace. Brands are in-housing those media buying teams because they got fleeced by the agency, who also invested in the technology, the DSPs, to share it. So they created a lot of arbitrage, and there's a lot of waste and fraud mixed in still into the ecosystem, even though they say they're TAG and MRC compliant. Still a lot of fake traffic. I see it coming through the trade desk. I see it coming through a lot of the notable DSPs. There's nothing that anyone can do about it, not Moat, not Integral Ad Science. We see it there, but it's still getting in somehow, no matter what promises they make.
You just mentioned traffic, and that's actually a good point. So are all of these are strategies that we're obviously doing, to market our business and to advertise our business and to put it out there. Do we feel that these trends help to bring traffic as well, or is it really just to get out there and get your brand and get influencers, or is it also about traffic? Like, do you think your content can bring in traffic?
Oh, for sure. It can bring in traffic, but it can also retain it. So, I mean, how many sites do you really go to religiously each month? Maybe a handful. And to get my attention, it has to be a really superb piece of content or article, or a publisher that's really stepping out of the box and not making me click 50 times and running me through as many ad impressions as they can. I tend to stick to the walled gardens, the publishers that have maintained a level of integrity. They're not destroying the user experience, just trying to drive up their CPMs. I try to avoid the clickbait and the different content arb publishers, and really just focus on what's pertinent to me. And I think most people that consume media aren't so liberal with their time. I don't know how you surf the web, but I'm not.
I would totally argue that in the sense that
With
it
the
could
lower
be,
end, yeah, it's just-
there's different personalities, because
agree.
if people weren't liberal with their time, we wouldn't be binging all of Bridgerton in one single sitting without going to the restaurant.
But there are some publishers that say they have 19 million unique visits a month, and I know darn well that they don't have 19 million unique visits a month. It's a domain name that is so obscure, they're not ComScore approved. The traffic is negligible, and sure, someone who's younger, a 12-year-old user, 14, 15, 16.
Well, I'm not 12. I'm a young 32. But I think about that. There's definitely a different place, only because my iPhone will tell me every week how much time I spend on specific apps, and it is not 2 hours on Instagram. It is significantly more. And if someone's actively using TikTok, like, the consumption rate that we have is so
That's
massive.
a notable publisher. That's a different environment than what I'm saying, like Dose.com. Or dailyfun.com, or some weird thing that you're going to encounter in a recommendation widget, or some of the clickbait producers, some of the ones that were producing the fake news. that was being espoused during during the elections. I mean, I had plenty of publishers come to me that wanted to engage in content arbitrage, and they were posting propaganda. And essentially, the more sensational the story, the better their ad revenue came in, because they could get a lot of clicks and serve up a lot of impressions. And it's not
Fair.
necessarily good.
I only advertise on I can't speak to those specifically, but in the clickbaity sense, like it does require so many activations before a customer end user feels comfortable to engage with your brand. I mean, talking about Displayer, it's like 22, 400, 6,000 probably by tomorrow touch points before someone recognizes you. And so I've been adapting clickbaity kind of methods for our most impactful interruptive ads. And like some of the best inspiration I find is at those gossip magazines that are right before you purchase at the checkout. Like I'm using stale, like what are their headlines reading? And so I'll provide content to introduce our brand and agitate a problem that someone might be aware of, so that I can start offering what our solutions are. So I'm just saying that like currently what's working best for our campaigns has been that clickbaity kind of
And that can
language
be where the user,
in the
that just depends on
consumption
where your
world.
audiences are and what brands you're working with. But I know some brands don't like the lack of safety, and they don't want to have that interaction. So they might get it through an ad network, and their stuff will post there, but they're not going to do a direct media buy with them, and they'll never get them as a direct advertiser, whereas the New York Times or one of the more notable, reliable publishers will have those direct deals. Same with Meredith and all those properties. This is just a difference. And yeah, Google would attest to that. I mean, you don't give there's different deals depending on the publisher, how much you get for your traffic.
He's in charge of all that at Google.
Yeah.
I was like, this is totally his language.
Yes. I mean, the one thing that we get all the time is, your ads, the ad tech you provide, it's not really performing for us. We could do more with other partners. We see better with other partners. And then when you go look at those websites, and some publishers just have a bunch of, let's not talk about their content, but let's talk about the experience on their websites, and it's just terrible.
Yeah.
Too many ads. Ads that pop when you're reading the content, and then everything moves, and then that's why they're seeing poor performance, because users, as you said, Chris, care about this. We care about the experience. And in fact, we launched something called we didn't launch it, but we participated in something called the Coalition for Better Ads, in which we tell the industry what ad experiences are acceptable. And those who are not following those standards get blocked by Google Chrome. And if you're a publisher and you get your ads blocked, you don't make any money. And so just following those practices, I think, as a publisher or as a content creator, it will definitely help your business. It's always think about the user. It's all about the user experience.
And think long term, not short term, for sure.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And because if you have these bad experiences, it takes no time for a user